all right. We are here to have a blast tonight. Whoops, I still have that playing. My bad. Let's get this thing shared out. Let's get the chat active. I hope everybody is doing wonderful. I am trying to deal with some audio stuff right now because when Satan left heaven, he went into every audio system known to man. So, bear with me. Trying to get the music good for y'all so y'all can hear the people and the music. So, like I said, bear with me just a second. All right, I think that sounds good now. Okay, we are back. Okay, guys, so real quick, this is a spoiler cast. We do this, I've done this for a few games now. This is actually, I think, number 4. I love doing these. Some of my favorite times on this channel are doing these spoiler casts, and tonight is no different. We have an amazing panel. You can see them on the left of your screen. Enate, HeroDownUnder, Morghan, and then myself. I'm not the amazing one. The other 3 are fantastic. Also, we will have GameLogIQ coming over as well, hopefully shortly. And so, with all of that being said, though, we do want to warn you right now, this is a spoiler cast. That means there's going to be spoilers. It's kind of self-explanatory. It's actually in the title of the video. It is a spoiler cast. We will be talking right off the rip. There's going to be no warning, no caveats. It's just going to be, hey, here it is. Here's everything. If that's okay with you, I welcome you to stay. It'll be great. We're going to have a wonderful time. If you want to jump in and start talking in the chat about what you're who's your favorite character, or who's your favorite supporting cast, or what was your favorite side quest, like, absolutely, we would love to interact with y'all as well. And with that being said, though, let's go ahead and bring in the guest, because just like on the weekly show, they are absolutely the best part of this one, too. Guys, how are y'all doing? Hello.
Pretty good.
Oh,
Can't
hey.
Complain, can't complain.
We got one.
Yeah.
I was like, dang.
Yeah, we got 2.
Oh, there we go. All right, so Morghan and
two.
Nate.
Where's the third one?
Yeah, we have 3. We're waiting on 1, and that's okay. So, real quick, Morghan, let's just go bottom up. What up, GameLogIQ? There was the one we were waiting on. All right, give me just a second. Let me get this back up, because I cannot hear him. I don't know if he's even talking.
Oh, yeah. No, I can hear you.
Okay. Give me just a sec. Because I cannot hear you at all. All right. GameLogIQ, how are you?
Good, man. Can you hear me?
Barely.
You know how to adjust it individually, right?
Yep.
Therapy?
Yeah, that's what I've done for the rest of y'all.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Hey,
have
what
you at
about
like
now?
86. I have Morghan at like 94. Like,
Yeah, what about now, Thrifty?
It's still
Yeah, he's a
coming.
little bit louder now. You should
It's a
be.
little bit louder, but it's still coming through a little low.
Okay, what about now?
It's better. Here's the deal. Let's just keep going. The audience will tell us if it's a little too low for them. Because for me, I can
Yeah,
just
I
turn
think
you
the
up
volume
on
he's
my
at
side.
now is good. Yeah. So just above, you can always adjust it above 100%.
Yep.
If you need to, if you feel like he's too low. So
Yeah, he's at 166 right now.
okay.
So we should be good now. All right. So, GameLogIQ, since you showed up, if you don't mind, can I just call you Logic going forward?
Yep, that's certainly fine.
Sick. All right. So, Logic, this is your first time here on the channel. First of all, thank you for showing up. Thank you for coming out for this. I can't wait to hear your perspective on this. I've kind of talked to the other three people throughout the whole process of me playing the game, and so really excited to hear like a really fresh and kind of just a different opinion. But one of the things that we do every time a new person comes on is I like to know where they came from as a gamer, kind of what that game was that you played and were like, dang, this is what made me a gamer. Like, so, how long have you been playing and kind of what game was that for you?
So I'm probably not going to answer the question of how long have I been gaming.
Okay.
Let's just say I've been around since the industry started. So at the time when the first console was sold at retail in North America, I've been around gaming since then.
Okay, fair enough.
So there also was no like one game that was like, this is the thing that makes me a gamer. I've just been in the culture and the technology since time began.
Since time began. I like it. I like it. As long as it was there, you were there.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
kind of cool. So, what do you? This is one of the things I do want to ask kind of everybody, but I'll get to that in a second. Morgan, how have you been?
Good, Thrifty. I cannot complain. Games have been great.
Yes.
So it's like I'm just at the point where I'm just trying to like balance a bunch of great games, right? So that's where I am. So I'm good.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming on here, and can't wait to hear some of your takes on some of the topics for tonight. Hero, how about you, man? How are you doing today? Hero, how are you doing today? I'm
He
just
unmuted. He's just not getting any sound for some
yeah,
reason.
he's not
There
getting
he
any
goes.
sound.
There he goes.
Yeah, that was me. That was me. I'm doing very well. It's I think it's around 11:44 a.m. right now on Saturday in Australia, in the regional town that I live. It's winter. It's crazy cold. I woke up early this morning to watch a show that disappointed me to an extent, but aside from that, I'm fine. The Switch 2 is going well, so yeah, gaming is good. Life is good. The kids are good. My wife is happy. So what else am I gonna say? I'm just a happy man right now.
That's awesome, man. I have so many questions about the Switch 2, and I have so many jokes that I want to make, but I'm going to refrain because that's not why we're here. And
Yeah.
Nate, how are you doing, brother?
Yeah, no, I'm good, man. Excited to finally get the podcast going for the Spoilercast and get everybody's opinions and long form discussions about why we chose or did what we did.
Oh my, yes, why we chose what we chose. I feel like that goes with play style, that goes with like favorite character, like everything about this game seemed to change person to person. Like who was in your party meant more I felt like in this game than in other games, right? Like I kept Verso out of my party for quite some time
Oh
after
yeah,
he
I know you
joined
felt some
in
type of way.
Yeah, I did same thing.
because I was
I did
pissed.
trust him.
Did you keep him out because you felt like he was like Timu Gustav?
Yes, that little
Oh yeah,
bastard
he
wasn't
definitely
supposed to
did.
be in my party. Screw him.
Oh yeah,
Go-
you missed this conversation, Logic, but we had to talk Thrifty off the cliff of like quitting the game after
Yeah.
that whole scene happened in Act 1.
Yeah, yeah,
He
yeah,
was
yeah. I
like,
did.
"I'm
Oh yeah,
done. I'm done."
yeah, I was right there with you.
I'm so
I
Enate and
almost
Hero
spoiled it
both.
for Clifton. Remember, I almost spoiled it for you. It was so close. I thought you were ahead of me, and I almost spoiled that for you. And I'm happy I didn't because man, that was a big shocker.
Oh,
Yeah, it
dude,
was.
I didn't play it for like a day and a half. I just said screw it. I almost didn't go back. It literally was the combat, surprisingly, that brought me in because I had gotten so like hooked on it and I loved it. It was the combat that brought me in, and then I felt like I was doing something really cool by sidelining Verso because I was like, yeah, you dick, get on the side over there. I don't want you, you freaking wish version. And I had just mastered the whole freaking setup with Gustav, right? Like getting his stuff all the way
Yep.
built up for his break and getting it to where you could time it to where the break would happen and like you deal all this massive freaking damage and for those who come after and like it was just freaking sick
Yeah,
and then they killed his ass and I was like no way they are going to naughty dog me. This is not happening. This is not Joel. I am not doing this shit again. And that's
I call it
literally
Joe
how I
Joe
felt.
2.0.
So not only was I emotionally involved, right, to where I was hurt when Gustav got killed,
Yeah.
but I am not a Souls person. Like I am not a parry person. I am not a boss battle person. Like there's tons of things in this game from its design perspective that are not me and are typically like the types of things that I will see in a game and I'll be like, yeah, I'm not playing that. So when Gustav gets killed, I honestly didn't know whether or not I could finish the game because I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do now without the overstrike? Like, and I wanted to play a little bit. So I was like, well, certainly they replaced that power, right? That power
Yeah,
level with Verso. And I'm like, no, Verso does not have anything like the overstrike in his arsenal. Like, not for very, very, very long in the game, and not until you figure some things out. So quite honestly, like my point of like not being certain I was going to continue was just honestly not knowing whether or not I had the skill level to complete the game without having Gustav's ultimate basically in my quiver.
Yeah, it really threw me for the biggest loop, and I was kind of like you. I didn't know if I wanted to finish it. Like, why would I? I had to watch what happened to this poor bastard at the beginning of the game. I had to watch him with the woman that he loved getting yanked and or getting yeeted off by the damn paintress, yanked out of there, gone, dead, over with, bed of roses, literally, and then we see that, oh, they had a pseudo adopted child. Great! So now he's a single parent. Oh, guess what? Now she's an orphan, not once, but twice. And mind you, I know jack diddly at this point in the game about anything else. And then they give me the Wish version of Gustav. And I was like, you bastards. Like, what did you.
it broke me also because I think I took 2 days to come back to the game. And remember when I sent you that message, the DM, and I was like, shared a screenshot that really didn't say much, but showed Mael encased in that ball. You know, you're like, yeah, yeah, of course you're already familiar with Mael. My entire mind was I wanted to tell you how sad I was feeling because just the same way Joe died, but this was probably done better to be honest. But the same way Joe died, I was like, no way. I had a feeling this guy was going to get killed at some point with the way the story was going when he tried to kill himself at the
Sure.
beginning. I just had a feeling that they were telling us something bad's going to happen to him, but not now. They just had a massive win. They were just smiling and gisting together and sharing jokes. They were about to go on the next level. I'm like, yes, we're making it. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, Renoir. Oh my God. I it broke me. I had to take 2 days away because this game broke me all the way till the very end. But I'm glad I actually continued because they handled it so well. But the shock was so well done, but also so painfully done at the same time. Ah man,
I mean, if you talk
ah,
about well done being like, if you talk, oh, hey, War Wanna with the two for those who come after Gustav. Damn. Like, okay, so
and that's what was
it was very freaking emotional. The hurt on their faces, the look in their eyes, the bloodiness of like the character. like transformations, not transformation, the degradation that they show as they take damage and stuff, like all of that was still on them. And so they just look beaten, battered, and bruised. And then they lose Gustav, the effective leader of the expedition. Like it that's why it was so impactful, and that's why it stirred up everything in me. And then the music, dear God. Like I I didn't know if I could even keep playing. There were so many times I ended this game with like a sigh of relief because it was so heavy. But Innate, since we've kind of well, Innate and Morgan, what we'll start with Innate on this one. What what did you think of his death? Like, I know that you were like, oh, it's necessary. You're gonna like, it's gonna be okay to keep playing. But like, what did you think of where they placed it? And uh, yeah,
No, I mean it was still tough for me. I mean, it was abrupt. The reason I was able to talk you through that a little bit more and have a more understanding is because I had already played considerably past that point by the time you asked me and by the time you got to it. So I was able to be like, okay, like I get kind of why what happened, happened. And I had already kind of seen some of the revelations that took place later. But yeah, like just I mean, I was just as shocked as everybody else. When it happened, Morgan was kind of like, hurry up and get to the end, you know. And it was funny because one night we were playing, I stopped like right before it actually happened. And I was like, I was like falling asleep in the chair. I was like, I can't, like I gotta save. So, I just come back to the next day fresh and then, boom, shot through the heart. And I was just distraught like over that. Like I was just like, just watching really the team and thinking about what Gustav meant for everybody individually, I think is what took it away the hardest. Um just because obviously the way Mael feels, even the camaraderie and stuff between him and Lune and everybody else, like Gustav was like essentially he, like I said, he was the leader, but he was also like, what I'm saying, like the glue for everybody else. Like everybody was together because and wanted to go on this expedition, mainly a lot to do with him and a lot of, he's the one that people forget, but he's the one that invented the tech, in order
Yeah.
to use the Lumina and the Lumina converter and all that other stuff. So like I mean he basically made the 33 the 33rd expedition what it was. I mean, he knew all the history of all the other expeditions. I mean, he really lined everything up for them as best as possible. And then like you said, they set it up in a way where it's like, you feel relieved. You just beat a boss and you're like, I was like, why are they taking so long? Because I was like, as soon as Lune and CL or whatever jumped down, I was like, what are y'all doing? You guys are. I was like, nah, nah, nah. They're hesitating too much. And then of course, Renoir shows up, and then I was like, oh, here we go. And I already knew because everybody was like losing their minds on Act One, like at the end of Act One, and I was like, oh yeah, this is it. Like he's about to die, and then they make you go through the fight as if you can fight him off and you could parry to your heart's content and win. And I was like, yeah, this is a bait and switch. He's
freaking
gonna
brutal.
murder him. Yeah, so they give you all the hope right after you win, and like you're gonna do it. You can, if you could master the parry, you can hold Gustav's fate in your hands. But in reality, no. They take it away from you right at the end, and obviously you find out the whole scenario, the full scenario that even takes place in that. And then of course, like you said, the way you felt about Verso, because he shows up 10 seconds after he gets murdered, which obviously meant he was nearby. So it's like a combination of things that makes you, like you said, not really like Verso. I didn't use Verso in my party for a long time either. So you're not even the only one on that one. Like I
Because
was just
FTB.
like, I don't really like you, bro.
Just because
Yeah,
FTB.
I was like,
That's why.
yeah, I was like, yo, you just like, I know you snuck my man's like that. I know you could have helped. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what your motives are. Like, I was questioning everything in the world about that man when he was like, I want to go with you guys and I want to help and be in your party. And I was like, you know what? I don't know, bruh. I don't know. Like, I was feeling some type of way for a very long time. So I get it. I mean, I got him up there after a while, and I had a full I had my I call my Charlie's Angel squad for a long time.
Yep.
You know, all girls team. So yeah, man, it was heavy. I I get it. You know, but stuff like that always. I mean, that's the point, right? It's supposed to upset you. It's supposed to throw you off, and I mean, it was effective. Like I struggled to go forth, but I was just enjoying the game so much I couldn't pull myself away. And I was like, you know what? There's a lot of crazy things in this world. I have no idea what's really possible. So I'm gonna keep pushing and see where this goes because the writing was phenomenal. I was enjoying everybody else. Um, I mean, I guess that the big takeaway for me was like later, you know, when you're back at camp, like just to see you know, when SK hugs Mael and it was like, you know stuff hit hard if SK is not talking. Like SK's you know, he's the one that talks through the pain. Like he wants to talk all the time. So if SK is just quiet and just hugging somebody, like, you know, the mood is just somewhere in the ground. So yeah, like that whole scene with them afterwards at the camp and SK hugging her and stuff, man, it was tough, but masterfully written. I'll give it to them. Masterfully done. Um, I still hate it. You know what I'm saying? I want the alternate world DLC where I could go back and bring my mans with me. But yeah, it was tough,
Kind of a
man.
merging of the
Like I said,
paintings.
great.
Like,
Yeah, exactly.
something.
Yeah, I'm gonna rewrite everything.
Yeah, let me
know?
Mary Poppins
Like,
that bitch and
this is
step
my
out of the
world.
painting.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm gonna run the real world too. But yeah, that's where I was, man.
Awesome. Morgan, what about you? What about the death of Gustav? That wasn't even on the docket for tonight, but what about the death of Gustav?
Um, yeah, as far as like emotional trauma in gaming goes, you know, that was definitely up there. I've had a lot of tear shedding when it comes to video games this year. That one probably got me really good. You know, that and like of course the beginning, you know, when we see, you know, everybody actually die, you know. But yeah, when Gustav when that whole thing went down, honestly I was in denial for like the next 30 minutes. I was like that was a dream that Mael had, right? Like he didn't really die, right? Like I just couldn't believe it. I kept playing. I was waiting for her to like wake up, you know, because you know at that point she had been having a lot of nightmares, right? About a fire, and obviously, you know, we know why she was having nightmares now, but you know, I assumed that what was going on was a nightmare and she was gonna wake up, and I kept the more I continued the game, the more disappointed I was that she wasn't waking up, and so I just had to accept it. I was like, okay, so he's really dead. Oh, okay, that's fine. But yeah, like everybody was saying though, like my party was set up to efficiency, right? Like Gustav set up like the perfect um I had him setting up like the perfect moves for because I had Lune and Mael in my party,
Uh-huh.
and like he would set up perfectly for Mael so that you know she could do her thing, and then whenever Mael did her thing, it would set up perfectly for Lune. So it was just like I was mad because now not only did I lose a character that I really enjoyed, but now I've lost this party member that was a part of my efficient party. Like I was just like, okay, but you know, I figured because I've been obviously watching the marketing for the game that I knew this character, the Verso character was going to be popping up, and I was like, okay, I assumed, you know, once we saw him after, you know, Gustav died, I was like, okay, so he's going to be taking the mantle over from Gustav. But like you guys, I was very
The hell he
wary of
did.
his presence. Well, that's what he was meant to do, right? Like you guys though, I was very wary of him. I was just like, man, you're not like my boy Gustav, man. You can't replace him, okay? Like I get that's what you're supposed to be doing, that's your role, but I feel some type of way about you just coming in here and thinking you just gonna be part of the party now, like you just wanted the gang. Like we have all been through a traumatic bonding experience together, and you can't just come in here and think you're about to just take his place. But over time, I have grown to really like Verso, and I did enjoy his moveset, and his abilities that he brought to the party. But yeah, that whole death scene, I was not prepared for that. Like, but I should have known because things were going too good. Like in a game as dark as that, when things are going your way, and we just beat this boss, and it was kind of hard, but we overcame it together, guys. Like, yay, friendship. And now we got the rock for Eske, and now he can swim and fly, and yeah, we're good. Like, we're good, yes. And it's just like I said, everything was going way too up, so they had to bring it back down. And yeah, I mean, I don't think, as far as deaths go, I don't think Gustav would have wanted to die any other way but by protecting Mael. Like that's what his purpose was. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to go out protecting his expedition, right? And making sure his family, Mael, was gonna get to the Paintress. So I think, as far as death goes, I think that he would be okay with that, because all he wanted to do was make sure she got out okay, and that the expedition would continue. So yeah, it sucked though. I was definitely, like I said, in denial for a little while after that, crying, very upset, but that wasn't the end of my tears.
Which is why she was rushing me to get to the end of Act 1 so I could join her
Yeah.
in her misery.
Because misery loves company.
I made him stream it so I could watch.
Yeah.
Right when he got to that boss, I was like, yeah, like, go ahead, stream it for me. I'm gonna watch. He was like, why? I was like, nah, I just want to watch you play. And I made him stream it. As
Priscilla was heartless.
That whole thing. Yeah.
Holy cow.
What Priscilla say?
Priscilla said that I had no emotional attachment to Gustav. I saw it coming and didn't like in the beginning where he tried to off himself. Yes, so when it happened, I was like, where's all my stuff, my skill points, where'd all my Lumina stuff go? Dang!
Yeah, no. Priscilla felt some type of way when he tried to kill himself, and like that she did not like that at all, and Luna had to pull him out of the rut, and get him going again, and she was like, oh hell nah, like you trying to kill yourself after we just went through all that? So yeah, she definitely felt some type of way. Okay. And that was her first concern. She was like, wait a minute, where's my Lumina at?
So, we do get that back though. We do get the Lumina at that.
Yeah, I didn't. That's that part is what felt cheap to me about it a little bit. Like, because he can use all of his own, like he can use all of Gustav's weapons, he can do all of this. Like, that's like I understand because
it's
you don't want to.
Yeah.
It kind of. Like shit.
Listen, all he had to do now is just take his arm, put it on his, and I would have lost it. Like, wait, hold up, that's Gustav's now. Come on,
dude. Or like take it with him, and that was his weapon. I was like, what the heck are they gonna do with the arm? What are they gonna do?
Verso all through, because till the end I actually did not trust him. All the way till the end, I just did. I understand that I had attachment to Gustav, and all the way it was like Verso. There's something about this guy. I don't trust him. I'm not gonna let him be over leveled in case I have to fight him. I just had that feeling from the beginning.
I mean, that's smart though.
Because JRPGs have trained us not to trust anybody.
Hey, this is my first JRPG, like Morghan said on Twitter. It's actually my first JRPG.
You got good JRPG instincts though, because that's something they set you up for. You level somebody really high and then they make you fight them.
Yup.
That is a setup.
That's what I'm saying though. It's just like, because it's like, here's this strange guy just offering his services out of nowhere. Like, hey guys, you need help getting to the Paintress? Well, I can take you right there. And I'm just like, What are you getting out of
Ow.
this? Like, you
What
just
do
you
you
just
know?
offering out of the kindness of your heart? Like, what's going on here? What are you
Yeah, like, did
what are
you
you
help
getting
the
out of
other
this?
expeditions? Why didn't they get to the pages if
Yeah,
you're such a good helper? What are we talking about here?
yeah,
Like,
exactly.
so okay,
So it's
so
Like,
interesting that
can't.
you it's interesting that you mentioned the thing about being in denial, because I was in denial about Gustav's death until credits
Yeah.
rolled, and we can talk about that a little
So
bit later.
credits.
But the other thing that's interesting is you mentioned the thing of that was the way that Gustav would have wanted to die, but then again, my problem, even getting back to the death again, going as far as being in denial until credits rolled, was eventually getting to the realization that Mael was never in danger.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
oh,
That's very true.
Shocker.
Very true.
damn,
She's
I didn't even think about that.
yeah, she's invincible in there. Yeah, she
Yeah, he
can't
definitely
die.
was not gonna hurt her. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like he tried, but every time he tried, she just come back.
Oh my god. Okay, so I okay, you know how I said the questions were more of an outline and not really a hard and fast. All right, so with that being said, um, Logic, you just brought up a really interesting topic. So Gustav, Lune, uh, whatever, or Sile, Eshki, Minoko, uh, all of these people aren't real.
You.
Okay,
You.
so
Plot
so
twist.
at at one point it really does make you think, is the entire game that I just did, everything that I just went through, is it pointless? Was all of it, and depending on what ending you chose, and that's something I don't want to talk about just yet, but depending on what ending you chose, does it make it even more pointless? Because
So
now, so does that make sense? Like, none of it
yeah,
actually mattered.
and I'll mention a
Honestly,
couple.
That's a twist at the very end, and we can jump there right now if you don't mind.
listen.
The way
How I
I
felt.
see Matrix. Oh, Morgan, you go ahead.
No,
I'll
no, no,
wait
no, no,
for
no,
you.
no. Go here. Go ahead.
Ladies
Go ahead.
first. Ladies first. My mom brought me up
Okay.
well.
Okay. I look at it more as like a philosophical question, because you have to ask like what do you consider life? Because if we, like us, right? If, let's just say, we're in, like, let's take like Men in Black, like where at the end you find out Earth isn't a marble that the aliens are playing with. So would you consider, like, the question is, do you consider life only life if it is real, in the sense of, you can die, you can breathe, you can love, like, because they had all the attributes of what we consider life, right? they were
Yeah.
they were humans that lived, died, loved, carried on, had their own purpose, so is the
But
question is, do you consider what they went through not important, or not life, because it wasn't technically, because it was made by someone else, or,
yes,
like,
yes,
yeah.
because they were characters in
Okay,
a book essentially. They were no different than me
sure,
reading Lord of the Rings and going, "Oh, Aragon, cool."
but that's my
Aragon's
point.
not
what if
real.
what if what if we are characters in somebody else's book? Let's just say,
Let's
like
so
we're
like Hero
characters.
was saying, The Matrix.
Would you consider us, yeah, would you consider our lives meaningless at that point, if we're,
But I would also break that, right? Because, and I went through this kind of decision point, right? The difference with that analogy, and the decision point I went through was trying to figure out if this was a dream or not. Because one of the things I
Yes.
hate in fiction, like in comic books, in movies, like in video games, I hate dream sequences. I hate going through a thing and then getting to the end and going, oh, like that didn't mean anything. Or like the thing that they do in movies, where
Yep.
yeah,
like the person wakes up at the end and like, oh, this was all a dream. I'm like, that's some mess.
Yep.
So, but the thing is that like it's not a dream, because in a
No, it's a
dream,
painting.
all of those life, they're all caricatures. They're all simulacrums. They are not making their own decisions. They're following a program, basically, right? They're executing a script. Like, they're not independently thinking, and they lack sentience. And so, and while Thrifty, I agree with you at the end of the day with what I think is the ultimate decision you made. at the end of the day, I also had to reconcile with the fact that these are not just dream forms, right? These are not just automatons walking around executing a script, like feeding off of my own subconscious, right? They're independent life forms.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. So, and this is a question to everybody. This is an open conversation right now. So, let's just set this up, right? So the painters have painted this canvas. Verso's soul is trapped inside, technically. He stayed there to keep drawing because he can't deal with the grief of losing his sister, Alicia, which is the paintress, okay? Uh, just wanted to go ahead and just lay out all the dang spoilers here. Or she's not the paintress, sorry. Her mother is the paintress, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, guys? Help me
Yeah.
here.
You're right. Yeah.
Okay.
You're right.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so the mom's the paintress because she can't deal with her grief. Verso's soul is trapped inside, continuing the painting, essentially painting the essence of these things that coincide with stuff that you find in the manor throughout the game. Eshki is the name of the dog. Monoko is like a toy or something, I think. Like, all of
Yeah.
these things connect into the game from what you see in the manor, which is the real quote-unquote world. Now, all of that being said, and I wanted to set that up because I kind of jumped into this without the spoiler of actually what
That's
we're
fine.
talking about. So, here's the deal. If Verso stops painting, little boy Verso, inside the canvas,
Yeah.
Mhm.
if he stops painting, what happens to everybody?
The world dies.
Everyone,
Yeah. I mean,
That world
they
yeah.
dies.
cease to be, right? They're
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
dead
Mhm.
because they are an essence of a memory of Verso, the painter.
Not really. I argue that Verso is the sun of that solar system. If our sun dies, we all die. Verso was the engine for the entire world. Verso's soul, so
Mhm.
to speak. So even though he was doing it out of compulsion games, shut up. Even though he was doing it out of compulsion, right? The truth of the matter is that the moment Verso stops painting, that was the key for that entire world collapsing. And you notice I call it world because for me, they were all
Well,
alive,
sure, artists
just
can
like
paint
they do in
worlds, artists
fictional.
can render worlds in books and movies and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
yeah,
So I have no issue with you calling it a world.
yeah.
So Thrifty, are you a Star Trek fan?
Oh,
He's not.
100%.
You
Absolutely.
are?
Okay.
Yes.
The
So you're a
fuck?
next generation guy, right?
Hell no. Well, not
What?
not
Well,
not
Yeah.
to that vitriol. Sorry. I'm a
Oh my
Voyager
god, you're a
boy. I
Voyager person.
love
Yeah, I
yeah,
saw
Voyager.
it. Yeah, I
but
saw it.
you're familiar with the science and the lore, right? So you get the analogy that this has to the holodeck.
Yeah.
Okay.
It acts
So on the
literally like the
holodeck,
holodeck, but yes.
right? So so the holodeck, when like shit, when like stuff screws up on the holodeck, which
Uh-huh.
happens like every 6 episodes in
Every
Star Trek: The
episode that
Next
the
Generation,
holodeck is in, the
right?
holodeck has a problem, yes.
Right. And those life form, right? The holograms on the holodeck cross the threshold, right? And they're imbued and become sentient life forms, right?
Yep, that was a
They're
great
still
episode.
bound by the physics of the holodeck, and so still, if they leave the holodeck, they will die. The only difference is that when they're a script, there's no impact from that. There's no morality to it, right? But as soon as they achieve sentience, that now becomes death. And so in my mind, it was the same thing within the painting.
Mm. So kind of the iRobot setup where the robot
Yeah,
kind of becomes sentient and he can't kill him because he's a sentient being at that point.
right, right.
Mm.
Yeah, I
Okay.
actually get what you're saying, and I agree with the way that you worded it, because just to give you a real world perspective, I know Logic does like stuff with programming and some other stuff, but to give you a real world perspective of when somebody, because AI is a very real thing in our world right now, right? But so to give you a real world perspective about whether or not something is alive, there was a person that worked for Google, right? That did, obviously they get to see the internal workings of their AI and things like that, and AI that they haven't released yet and that sort of thing. And this guy actually quit when he was meant to run a server update or something on one of the AIs they had, and the AI queried him while he was preparing the patch and asked him if it was going to die. He said he quit the next day.
I mean, I thought that was a fake story, but okay.
No, no. That was a real thing.
I
But he
thought that
worked
was
there,
fake as all
and
hell.
it asked him. Nope.
All right, I'm
That's
not
what
going to
I'm saying.
sleep
So,
tonight
like,
now, Enate. Thank you, because now I know machines are running the freaking world, and I'm dead. Appreciate it.
It's like he couldn't he just couldn't face the program to tell him yes, I am going to delete you. But that's why I posed the question of what you consider life, because I'm not going to get into, obviously I'm not going to get into religion because that is a private thing.
Sure.
Everybody has their own. I'm not going to ask you what's yours. But if you look at religion, right, there's a creator. If you believe, who created you, you could consider that,
I do.
a painter who created humans. But would that then make you think, okay, well then that means humans aren't, considered alive because we were created, we were designed by something greater than us, right? And so it's like, that's why I'm like, I kind of find it hard to just disassociate. Not saying that's what you're doing, Thrifty, but just
I do think so too.
yeah, it's hard to disassociate and say, well, they're just painted beings, so they're not technically real. But it's just like, that's why I'm just posing like, well, what is real? What do you consider life? Because they went through everything that anybody on the outside would go through as well, right? They didn't do. There was nothing about them that they haven't experienced that a real human would experience as well, right? Love, loss, grief, sadness, babies, everything like that, right? So it's just like, and again, I know you don't want to go into the ending, so I'm not gonna say what I picked, but it's just, that's why when I did pick my ending, it was a very hard decision to make, because I consider, the people in the painting, even when I found out the information that it was a painting, I consider them just as real as the people outside, right? Especially when we experience everything with them, but yeah.
I'm such a
I have a
bad
question.
person because as soon as
I
I
have a question.
No, you're not a bad
go
person.
ahead, no,
No.
it's really funny because
So my question is this: so because this game is brings up philosophy and religion actually, and it also brings up science at the same time. It's so complex. The question is this: what do you consider sentience? What constitutes sentience? Because in my mind, if you can think, you can feel, if you can grieve, if you can make your own choices, then you are sentient. That means you are alive. And those people in that world, Lune, Gustav, what was his girlfriend's name that died at the beginning, all of them, right?
yeah,
They all made
her.
choices for themselves, not knowing they were actually already tied to a string of sorts. But they were making their own choices, which makes them alive, not in the terms of what we understand as human beings. We could also all be wrong, like Megan has said. We could also all be wrong. So Morgan has said, sorry, my bad. What is sentience to you? If you can
So
define that, then it will help you.
Here, let me cross connect your question to a question I had for Morgan. So I get what you're saying, and so if I say like sentience is the capable of independent thought, which, like I said, I came to the conclusion that these were not like dream forms, right? That they were making their own decisions. The next step aside that you have to draw then is that you have to ask, then are the painters likened to gods?
That's exactly where I was
Because
going
they
to go
have the
next.
ability to create life. And then you have to ask the question, okay, what is the responsibility of the god to the lives in the world that he has created? And if the world that he or she has created is one in which the beings within it are permanently enslaved to become actuations of their grief, then what is your responsibility?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
Well said. Priscilla's clapping for the record.
She is clapping.
That's a great question. You did it.
That's why I asked the sentient. Like, it's just because there's so much that goes into this world. Like, it's not as simple as, again, I'm not going to talk about the ending first because I know you want to.
Just not yet. Just not yet.
Yeah, just not yet. But again, that's why it was so hard, because there is like Logic said, there's a responsibility that comes with this world. It's not just you turn the lights off, you throw the painting in the fire and you move on. There's so much. There's a life. There's a world in this painting, right? And you're essentially doing, like, basically you are becoming the god who sent down the meteor that killed the dinosaurs, right? That killed all life on Earth before it started again, you know?
That's a good
Like that
point.
is the decision
The
you are
Great
making.
Flood,
Yeah,
right? The
exactly.
Great
The Great
Flood.
Flood.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so it's just there is so many repercussions that come with the decision of just being like, okay, well, you know, it's dangerous to be in here, so you know, we're just gonna kill everybody, kill this world, and we're gonna move on. Like, like they just scrapped it like it doesn't matter, which is why I understood Mael's whole fight to want to stay here and want to keep this world. I mean, she lived in it just as long as to her, at least in her memory, right? She was born again inside this world, right? She lived the full 16 years in this world, just the same
Yeah.
as she lived the full 16 years outside the world. So she was just much a part of the painting as she was a part of the real world. So to her, just to throw it away like it's just, oh, it's just a painting, you'll get over it, we'll paint something else. Like, no, I lived here, I grew up with these people, these are my people just as much as you all are my people. I can't just turn this off and kill everybody in here. You know, we've all been fighting for this before my memory unlocked, right? I was fighting a fight to save my
Mm.
people, and now you're telling me I have to get out and just get over it? Like,
Okay.
no,
Okay.
no, come on, gotta leave.
So
Like,
so
no,
hang
I
on,
just,
because it's it, and this is very philosophical. Okay, so I get that, but you I would call somebody who's living in a dream world or in a painting or in a fictional world, we would look at that person today and go, "You're nuts. You're insane."
Yeah,
Okay?
that's true.
yeah,
Like, right? If you tell me I'm living in this painting, these are all my friends, I have drawn every single one of them, you're effing crazy. That's
Well,
that's
and
where that goes.
the other key thing to remember is that this world isn't just living. This man's soul is trapped in it. A
No, that's true.
part of his
That
soul
part is
is
true.
in
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Like
Also, it is a
like
video
it's
game at the
not
end of the
just
day.
yeah. I mean, it's not you know, it's not running off electricity in your house. You know,
Right. Like
like
it's
it's yeah. Your brother's soul is eternally trapped here
Yeah, yeah,
until
yeah.
you release it. Like, and the whole point of
You're not
everyone
wrong.
being in here is because you guys are not over his death, but you're torturing him at the same time. Like, look at the irony of that situation.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm
Like,
laughing at it
and
like a
then I'll
madman.
give you guys a different perspective that I didn't have, but because I've never had this, but someone I know that I got to play that's a friend of ours, and I mean he loved the game. This is also his first turn-based game. He was like, it's one of the greatest games he's ever played. But he told me so this is something I hadn't considered because again, like I said, I've never been to these meetings. I've never been one, but he used to be an addict.
Oh.
And he said that like I said, I didn't want to talk about that, but I'm gonna explain the choice he made, just not our choices, but his choice, because he said he wouldn't leave that world that way because that is the version of enabling someone to never go through the process to get through, basically to get to the other side. You're enabling someone to be trapped and to never move on and to never actually heal. So you're essentially enabling something that, although you don't see it as a substance, right? That is essentially what the painting is. It is the alcohol to drown what you don't want to deal with, and they'll never process. And I was like, oh man, I was like, that's
Facts.
that's pretty on point, because of course, if you and all of you have seen the other version, right? What happens when that finally happens? What do they do immediately? They go outside and process. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not giving it all away. I'm just saying
They go outside the house.
outside and they start to actually process. But if you left all of them within that world, they would never move on. And poor Clea's outside, ready to burn the whole crib down because she's fighting for her whole family's life out here by herself. And like, she's hurt too, you know,
Yeah.
like because people like to just paint her as angry and that she hates her. I'm like, no, bro, when you are the oldest and you are out here, you know, fighting for your life, for your family, yeah, I felt her anger. I was like, I feel you. You know, she took the little one and she said, get your behind in there and handle this. Because I, right now, am holding this whole family together while y'all play make-believe in this other world. Like, and I get that. I felt that. like like I said, a lot of people make her seem crazy, but I was like, nah, she's out here handling business because, like I told people, you have to remember it is the painting, right? So anybody could walk in there while you guys are in that world, burn that place down,
Hmm.
and that all of that is gone, including your real life. And you wouldn't know because you were stuck inside the painting. So yeah, like I was like, yeah, I totally get
Were
that
you the
whole
oldest
thing with
sibling?
processing. I'm not the oldest, I'm the middle, but I'm basically I get the older person syndrome where I have to take care of everybody,
Mm-hmm.
and I have to play referee between the other two. So yeah,
Yep. Okay.
I
I
know
was
that
wondering
like I'm the one that's got to be responsible. Yeah, it's what
because
that is.
what's really funny is I was the younger brother, and so
Yeah,
with the younger sister being the idealist and like trying to make it work and trying to have the best of all the outcomes and just having this rose-colored glass syndrome, I
yeah,
I actually had that, and like my brother was always the realist. He always was the one that had to quote unquote be the older one, be the adult,
Yeah.
and I always got to be the younger one, like Alicia, and kind of just trap myself in whatever world I wanted to be in. Heck, that's what led me to video games. Like that's what,
yeah.
because I would trap myself in these worlds.
Yeah, we're
Like,
all escapists, aren't we? All of us are escapists. All of us that play video
so
games.
okay,
Same thing.
so let's kind of move on if we're done with this one, and let's get into one of the questions because uh, I'd like to actually get into some of this tonight.
Yeah.
So let's talk about some of the, away from the story, away from that stuff. Graphically, performance-wise, I want to know kind of what everybody played on and what their experience was. Were you playing on some freaking supercomputer? Were you playing on Series S with Game Pass? Like, let me, and I really want to know how the performance was across the board. And what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna start in the just in the order that it is on the
Well,
Discord.
I was gonna say let me go first because Priscilla's about to get ready for work, so I'm gonna get up here for a second.
Yeah, no, you're
So
good.
so
You
I was
are up
saying
first.
let me just jump in. Um, but yeah, for me, I played on PS5 for the full playthrough. I got the platinum. Um, I played in the performance mode on the PS5 Pro specifically. That makes a difference. Uh, Honestly, the game performed flawlessly for me, start to finish. I didn't have any glitches. I didn't have any issues whatsoever. I know there was some stuff that they patched where they said some people would get stuck in the map when they were walking around in the overworld and some other stuff. I'm really good about avoiding stuff like that, though. Like, I don't play around like that. So I definitely saw some spots where people could get stuck, but like I'm not gonna go there. But
There were a few.
overall the performance was just flawless. Huh?
There were a few.
What'd you say? Yeah, yeah, but yeah, they
There were a
exist.
few.
Uh, Yeah, they exist. I didn't get stuck personally. I did see some people get stuck, so I know those glitches existed, but my run was flawless. Like I said, the performance was really, really great. It had to be, because I mean parrying on 30 FPS in that game is not happening.
Oh,
Um,
dude, I couldn't
so
imagine. I
yeah,
could not imagine.
yeah, absolutely
I can't
not.
parry on
So
60, so I had no idea what I'd do on 30.
exactly,
Like, there's-
exactly. So yeah, no, they did a phenomenal job, man. Like I said, visuals, it's exactly what I wanted. And this is something that Logic brought up in some of his posts and some other things where I've talked about this for a long time. Was like I really wanted JRPGs in general to have a someone else besides me, depending on Square, to be that visual fidelity powerhouse. You know,
yep.
in a turn-based space, and like
Yeah.
I was sick of people telling me like, oh, you should be happy being regulated to, HD 2D graphics or whatever, and like that's where turn-based should live. And I'm just like, nah, because you want the big blockbuster, blow your mind stuff for your games. Like what? Like 99% of games are action, bro. Like, let me have my 1%. So yeah, that I this game was a lot for me.
Good one.
Like I said, in that regard, because like I said, I've wanted that for so long, and listening to the team talk about all the things that they grew up playing and loved, I felt all that when I played this game. Like they are
yeah.
big fans of a lot of my favorite turn-based games, and I've really seen that in a lot of what they put in this game. And honestly, they did what I wanted. Like honestly, like I felt a part of the team because everything they said in these interviews is what I wanted. We grew up on Xenogears and Suikoden and Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, 10, and all these things, and then we wanted to take that and make our own world. And they got together as a group of friends, and randoms, and just put this team together where they all had a passion for that, and it just came out incredible. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, like I said, the performance, everything, the story, everything was just honestly is generational for me. Like this was a top tier game. I really don't see anything outperforming it.
Mm.
For me personally, for the
Story.
rest of the year, like there's a lot of really good games I'm looking forward to. I mean, and I don't think people understand how big that is for me to say that because I have the sequel to the one other game that I actually gave a higher score than this game. And I gave Death Stranding a 10 out of 10. One of the first I've given in like the whole generation, the original Death Stranding. So for me to feel like this game can't be surpassed even by Death Stranding 2 should tell people a lot. Like it is that special, is that incredible, and even more so, I'm thankful of the tone and the other things that they brought in that a lot of JRPGs or Japanese developers don't really do again, right? The gritty nature, the more realistic tone to everything. I get some people don't
Mm.
understand why those things are important, but that's a big reason why Priscilla really enjoyed the game, right? Because I get it when she tells me I don't want to play that anime character that looks like a girl. I can't be like, nah, like, like I get it. Like
Oh
you
my
you
god.
have you have an aesthetic choice. Like she asked me, I was playing Metaphor, which I love, right? And she was like, the character looks like a girl, and I was like, you know what? You're not wrong. Like even though I love the game, I'm like, I get it. She wants the gritty. I want a man that looks like a man, and like what I'm saying, and women that feel real and stuff like that. And that was another key point that they did in this game, right?
Yeah.
Um, they just felt real, like they were going through real stuff. Like, and I don't think people get that. It wasn't like this Disney princess world adventure. The power of friendship will save all. Like they were like, yo, you need to get it together. When one falls, we continue. Like that is
Suck it
not
up,
just a
Buttercup.
saying. Like yeah, so get up. You know what I'm saying? Like we ain't here to party, you know what I'm saying? Like this is a struggle from the moment we land to the moment we get up out of here. It's the
Mm.
struggle.
Yeah.
Like, and maybe you forgot that, but they'll remind you constantly. So it was very real, a big, like I appreciated the tone and like the music, just the whole world and everything that they crafted. Like I said, the characters, bro. Like, and Morgan always gets on me when I mention this, but it's very rare because remember I wrote that whole thing not too long ago where I was complaining about the level of acceptable writing in gaming feeling like it was so poor lately. Like I was like, God, like what passes for like good writing now is terrible. And it was so good and so refreshing to get that where they focused on making the characters so important. Like we just named you at there's none of us in here who's ever forgotten any of these characters' names, right? And this
Nope.
is what I was trying to explain to her. And Morgan has not finished Mass
Not
Effect,
a
and
single
she
one.
always gets on me when I mention it.
Bruh.
But but
That sounds
Mass
Miranda,
like
you,
every
Effect,
you
time
but
come
wait, hold on,
on.
Morgan
hold on, I
brings
got
up
you.
Mass Effect,
I got
man.
you. Hold on. But Mass Effect is important because the characters are first
God.
and what make the story so important, and that is what
Yes.
they focused on in this, right? We talked about the characters more than overall the overarching story, right? We talk about Gustav and what they meant, what Lune meant, what Monoko and Noko, right? All these specific characters. Well, you got to write great characters in order to facilitate a great story. Like, and a lot of games just forget to do that. So yeah, like I said, man, just overall the performance and everything was just really great. I also did play on PC later, through Game Pass on my PC, which of course is ridiculously overpowered for this game. But the performance on that was really great. Obviously, it's a 4090. It just stomped a mud hole in this game, but yeah, the performance was really great. I actually was grateful because that I waited to play it later because apparently the ultra wide mode was stretching incorrectly, so the aspect ratio was messed up. And then there was something else that was happening if you played an ultra wide where it would get stuck in a certain view, and it wouldn't go back. So thankfully, I played completely through to the platinum on the PS5 Pro version first, but performance on PC was really great. As far as like playing on various stuff, I think Logic played on a couple different configurations, which he's really good for. So he could probably answer to how it performed on other stuff.
Okay.
Priscilla did play through. I did see how it performed on a 4080 Super as well, because Priscilla played on that. And as well as a 4070 Ti Super, for people who know their PC stuff. So it did perform really well across the board on all of those. So yeah, no problems here, man. Just overall, like, they did a phenomenal job top to bottom. I loved it.
Well, good. That's kind of what I wanted to know. Like, did you see anything? Because I did see a couple things. Real quick though, Bale Dante with the 100. Holy crap! Great on the show and panel to even touch on this topic. This was back when we were discussing what was real and what was not. Bravo, great discussion. Bale Dante, thank you for the 100. Because before that he had said. Where is it? There it is. He said, Priscilla facts. I was less invested in Gustav when I learned he was fake. Yeah. And then Warawana with the 10. When I go shopping, I return the trolley to the trolley bay and say, for those who come after, Gustav. Also, what is real? If I kick a rock and cry, are the tears fake because the rock isn't alive? Okay. Sure. I don't know how to answer that last one. Logic, when we thank y'all so much for the support, I really appreciate it. Logic, you play on PC if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what Enate just said. And what kind of configuration did you run? What kind of performance were you able to get? Did it run pretty solid? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't recall specifically. I'm trying to dig through Blue Sky because I usually post when I get performance captures. But I mean, I know that I spent most of my time probably playing on a 4070 Super. I may have also played on a 4080 or 5080. I'm not sure, but regardless, I mean, I know Enate said, his 4090 put it through the ground, but I will say, like, regardless of how much power your PC has, and a UE5 game is always a question mark.
Right?
And I've dealt with UE5 games this year with freaking Monster Hunter Wilds and even Avowed, which performs well on certain hardware sets, but is not well optimized in terms of scalability. Because when you go back to an older card, you get outside a certain threshold and you just have to turn everything down. And I'm like, no, like, scalability means that I should be able to, like, tune a little bit here, go to the next card, tune a little bit up there, right? But you get outside a certain threshold and it just drops off the cliff. But yeah, I found it very performant. Any card that I played it on, it played at whatever the maximum, frames per second was, gated by the refresh rate of whatever monitor I was playing on. So I really didn't have any problems. I think I may have played on a 3080 Ti also, which is a 12 gigabyte VRAM card, and I think for there I may have had to back off like one setting, in order to get like high 130s frames per second instead of 144 frames per second. But overall, in terms of the kind of horrid landscape that UE5 has been, it was a very performant game. And when I played it on the 4000 series cards and maybe the 5080, that was with everything dialed up, extreme level of detail set, and all the bells and whistles turned on, DLSS and yada yada yada. The only bug glitch that I ran into was on PC. Sometimes when you booted the game and you went to your save file and you would click too fast from selecting the save file to load, it would go into a black loading screen where you could hear the music playing, but the game would just kind of spin forever and it would never load. And then you would have to kill it in the task manager and then reboot the game.
And when did that happen?
But eventually what's that?
When did you say that happened?
That would happen whenever I'd start the game and I would go into continue, and it would take you to select your game file screen.
Yeah.
And if I clicked on the game file and then immediately hit continue, then it would do that. So eventually I just learned to start selecting my load file and waiting 10 seconds and then clicking the continue, and then I didn't have that problem. And I'm pretty sure eventually they patched the game to fix that.
The reason
quickly.
I asked was because one of the issues I had that I didn't actually report on in my review video because it was something that only a few people were going to experience is if you let the game, like if you just paused it, let your PlayStation die down or go into rest mode or whatever, when you got back in and hit an encounter, it would like stall out for 10, 15 seconds. No audio, no nothing. And then the battle screen would show up and that would be all done and you'd fight no problem and it would cut out of it just fine. And it would keep doing that literally until you closed the game and reloaded the game. And so I didn't know if anybody else might have experienced that because I put my stuff in rest mode all the time.
I
And
didn't. I didn't.
you did not. Okay. All right. Well, I guess I was the weird one.
I did experience something, but what I experienced was there was one glitch. It was at the beginning of the game. I think it was when we got into the overworld for the first time, and I was exploring. I can't remember the name of the area, but there were some areas where we had a number of rocks, where eventually, if you got SQA moving around, it could break those rocks. But I got stuck in the middle of those rocks and couldn't get out. I kept switching characters and couldn't get out. I had to load up a previous save, which solved the problem. But for 2 straight days, I didn't understand what was going on. So until I checked in forum and I found out that there was one glitch similar to that as well. All you had to do was just upload a previous save and solve the problem. That's the only glitch I really experienced. But graphically, I am sorry that I cut in so rudely. Graphically, I played on standard. What is it called? Not performance initially. But when I noticed that the parry window was dependent on performance, I changed to performance and I played on the PS5 Pro. The main glitches I experienced had to do with I think the gamma setting of the game is really
Is
terrible.
awful.
So there are some instances where you see this is a masterpiece, but there are things that are not perfect about it. It doesn't have to be a perfection to be a masterpiece. So I had to do lots of color correction and all of that, but it still was never really perfect. But apart from that, no big glitches. I found that the graphics were satisfactory for a AA game, AA plus game. They were satisfactory and probably even challenge some so-called AAA games. So for me, playing on a console with preset parameters, it was fine. Only one major glitch, which compared to something like Horizon Forbidden West when that came out and had some visual glitches as well, this was much, much lighter, except that the gamma was really, really terrible and I didn't really get to fix it. Everything I tried didn't really work.
Yeah, I tried to adjust some settings on my TV even to try to see if I could fix it because, I mean, my TV is a couple years old now. I bought it in 2020 when the I bought it in 2021, the year after the PS5 Pro came out or the PS5 came out, and I was like, I don't, I know it's old. I know I'm probably due for an upgrade here in a year or so, but like, this is the only game where I can't make it brighter. What's going on? And like,
Lots of Black Crush. Yeah.
lots of Black Crush, and I don't have an OLED. I have a mini LED, and so the Black Crush on it was just killing me. There were so many times, especially when I'm in the cavern, like the second major area you go to. Where at the end of the cavern there's this light boss, and it's the first time you run into this light boss. You use these fucking lanterns, and then has like a second mode. I hate that bastard. Anyways,
Yes.
that was one of the hardest fights for me to get through. And I remember messaging Enate about it and going, dude, this is stupid. And he goes, you got to be more specific. There's a lot of bosses with lanterns. And I was like, well, fair enough. But that was one of the things that I had struggled with a bit as well, was the Black Crush. Now, Morghan, I know through Enate that you also dealt with these like heavy areas where you could barely see. The parry windows were weird because you couldn't make out the enemies.
Oh yeah.
So what were you playing
Yeah.
on, and kind of what was your settings and stuff? Did you notice anything out
Similar to
besides
Nate,
that?
PS5 performance mode, I absolutely cannot play it in quality mode. I'm sorry, but the game looks great in performance mode anyway. But yeah, I played it on my OLED, so like the colors and everything were great. But yeah, it's just I think with this game, it's just so many animations going on the screen all at the same time that it's you're doing it's the colors, the backdrop, and then you got the QTEs going on, then you got this going on. It's just so much on the screen going on all at once that it can be hard to pick out the little things that you're trying to make out on the screen. But it was a little frustrating, but definitely got through it. But what was your other question that you had?
That was it. Like, how was performance for you? Did you notice any like visual
Oh,
glitches that?
performance, yeah. And very surprising, especially coming from one, a small studio, and then two, a studio, this is their first game. It it ran flawlessly. I think I only noticed, especially when it comes to performance, like, like a lock 60. I think I only had noticed like frame drops in like one specific area. Like it was like I was looking up at the sky in one specific area and I noticed my frames like dropped a little bit. But other than that, it was like a seamless 60 FPS. Like I don't think it's been a long time, especially with this generation, how we all know, right? How games just launch in a kind of half-assed state a lot of the times,
No, they're
where
all
it's just
fully
like,
complete day one. Stop it. There's just
right, you need about six, you need the day one patch and then, six follow-up updates for it to get to the game they actually wanted to
no
launch
doubt.
with, right? But this game, honestly, I had no problems. I don't think it crashed. I don't remember it crashing on me. Like I said, the FPS was running smoothly. I didn't have any kind of visual hiccups or anything like that, other than, just a bunch of stuff on the screen and trying to see what I wanted to see on the screen, all at once. But like I said, as far as the optimization goes and everything like that, I gotta applaud Sandfall because they did their thing with this game. It came out ready to go, at least for me on my playthrough. So
Okay, so I basically already hinted at my stuff, and somebody in the chat brought up a really good question. And I want to know because I may not judge you, but people in the chat will. Did you play? I
okay,
want to know what everybody played on. So we're going to go in reverse order this time, starting with Hero, then going to Morghan, and then then Logic, and then back to Enate. What did you?
Yeah.
What did difficulty did you play on? I swapped
Okay.
between. Uh, I swapped heavily between normal and story. And the light boss I dropped down to story on because I had been on that boss for about a day and a half of playtime. And like not of like I don't mean 36 hours of me gaming on it. I mean like between two separate gaming sessions, I still couldn't beat the stupid thing. And so I swapped it over to easy for that, played the rest of Act 2 on normal, and then Act 3 there was one fight with this damn thing that had like three freaking modes to it, and I couldn't get it. And oh, it was the siren chick. Uh, crap, she's one of the people in the.
Siren.
Yeah.
Yeah, Siren.
Oh,
Yeah.
she made me drop it down to easy, and I still barely beat her. So it was awful. And and then I think I swapped it back. But anyways, I kind of flip flop back and forth. So Hero, what did you play on?
For the first 8 hours, now 8 hours for me is probably 4 hours for most of you. So for the first 8 hours of my gameplay, I was on the normal difficulty. Whenever I start a game, it's always normal. Once it gets like really, really crazy, I can't handle this. I'm too old for this shit. I go down to story, and that's the way I game. So for this one, I was like, come on, it's turn based. I'm not going to stay on normal. It's not a big deal. I'll stay on normal. But when I got to that same bus, it was actually there was a bus I before getting to the lantern bus, the one before the end of Act Two. There was a bus that light string that takes you down. There was a place I went down and found one crazy boss in the corner. Went to I think she's female. I'll say she's female. I went to her. She beat my ass like crazy twice. I was like, no way. I ran away. Was fighting some other normal mini bosses, and then got to the lantern boss. After I died 4 times one night, slept, woke up the next day, died immediately again. I switched it to story immediately. I was like, nope, I
I feel
paid
this
for this
so
game.
much.
I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna waste any time with this. I switched to story, and I think I told people on Discord I'm switching to story right now. I don't give a damn because I played for myself, obviously. But I
No
noticed
shit.
that even though I switched, I was still getting my ass whooped. It took me maybe 7 tries in total on that difficulty to beat that lantern boss because I was not recognizing the patterns. And I realized later on that it's
Mm,
really about the patterns and the timing. Using good headphones and being able to listen to the sound. Basically, all your senses, you need them for this game. But after Act Two ended and I came back to the game, Act One rather, sorry, and then I came back to the game. I was fighting some mini bosses in the overworld, and at some point, I can't remember when, I just was like, you know what? I'm not wasting time. I just switched back to story, and I stayed there for the entire playthrough, and it
Okay.
was still difficult for me. I still have not beaten the serpent boss. That serpent boss, I still have not beaten that one. I just left it for a while. So basically, I finished on the story mode to get the cheetah picto, for example. I was on story mode until I got really high leveled. I must have fought that boss maybe over 10 times, definitely. I don't know how much, but it was definitely over 10 times before I could actually beat that. And it told me to over level and come back. And that's when I was able to actually beat it because my health was quite high. So, in other words, story, and I'm not changing back. Never.
Never.
All right.
Hey, and I really appreciate what you said. It is your game, your money. You spent the money on it. So this isn't like a shaming session. I just kind of thought it would be interesting to see kind of where everybody played. And so, Morgan, over to you. What difficulty did you play on?
Yeah, so I started off the game on a hard, but then I got to Act One and realized, I'm not built for this. So I immediately dropped it down to what was the medium? Um,
It was just normal,
the
wasn't
beginning
it?
level. Normal. Okay, yeah, I didn't know if it
No,
had a
it's
special name. I
it's called
forgot.
it's called
I think it's
Expedition
called
Mode.
Expeditioner.
Expedition. There we
Expeditioner.
go.
Yeah.
Okay, Expeditioner. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it had a special name. Yeah, Expeditioner, and I was just like, okay, that was where my my comfort level lied in Expeditioner. I was like, I tried it on hard because I like to try each game, especially if it's new and it's something I've never a franchise or IP I've never played before. I want to try it on hard to see you know if I can handle it. Realized immediately as soon as I got onto the continent that I cannot handle hard, so I dropped it down to Expeditioner with no shame whatsoever. And that was where I played the rest of the game. Yeah, I was
Okay.
like, yeah, I can't do hard. No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I could do most of the everything in normal, except for a few of the bosses. They
That's
were
real. That's real.
absolutely ridiculous. Normal is perfect for most people. Yeah. Expedition or crazy coincidence? Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Darklink 99 or 999. Welcome. This is the first time I've seen you in here. Appreciate you stopping by. Okay. So Logic. What about you? What'd you play on?
I said earlier, I was I knew before this game started that I was not built for this game. I'm not a Souls person, not a parry game person. I started, and so my run was almost exactly like to the minute, 36 and a half hours, almost equally divided between all three acts. So about 12 hours in Act One, I think 12 hours in Act Two, and 12 hours in Act Three. And my 12 hours in Act Three were because the first time that I faced Renoir as the final boss, I was not leveled enough, and I had to go off and do a few hours of grinding,
Me too.
and then come back. Um, I played I played at expeditioner level through two-thirds of the game, so up until about the 24-hour point, and then I switched to story mode.
Okay.
Um, and I mean, I probably would have done that anyway because, like I said, I'm not a difficulty person at all. I have zero shame in going down to easy mode. But I will also say specifically with this game, I was hyper concerned, more so than any game I've ever played in my life. I was hyper concerned that I was not going to finish the game in time, and somebody was going to spoil the story for me because I was very into the story.
Oh.
I the so so I probably finished this game over about a week and a half time period.
Holy shit,
Two or
dude.
three, 2 or 3 nights. I was definitely up till 2:30 a.m. playing. I pulled an all-nighter the Wednesday going into like about day five. I knocked off work early, played for a bulk of the afternoon, and pulled an all-nighter. And then the following day, I can't remember what I did, but I played like a crap ton of time too. And then I laid off for a couple of days because I'd hit Renoir the second time. Um, and I was like, okay, I've got to grind at this point. But at this point, I don't think anybody's going to spoil it for me. But then I picked it back up on like a Sunday afternoon just on a whim, and then I pushed through to the end like that Sunday afternoon. But most of the impetus between me stepping down to easy was because I wanted to finish the game.
Okay. Okay. So
Before it got spoiled for me.
that's so. How many hours did you have in the game? by the time you were done? You said
Total about
36 and a
36 and a
half?
half. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. 36 and a half, right? Is that what you said?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
That's nuts, dude. That's okay. So I ended with, sorry, I'm thinking you played 36 and a half hours in a week and a half's time. Like, so that's why I
Yeah.
kept like
Yeah.
it wasn't registering in my
Yeah.
brain. I was like, holy crap, really? So that's actually really damn impressive. Um, so Nate, what about you, man? Did you mainline the thing in a week and a half too? Nate?
I think Nate may have
I think
stepped away to
he's
take
Oh,
he
Priscilla to
yeah,
work.
he's
Oh,
helping Priscilla like ready for
okay,
work.
he's still stepped away. Got it, got it. Okay,
Yeah.
so within the story, we have these. The game does a really good job of kind of filling out the world with stuff, foliage, fauna. You have you have bosses and stuff scattered throughout. You have uh, just normal enemies scattered throughout. They do a really good job of that. One of the things that I really appreciated is there wasn't an overbloat of a ton of NPCs, right? And normally I would look at a game and go, "Man, that's kind of lazy. Where is everybody? Why is this world not populated? Where is everybody?" But I really think that this game, more than others that I've played, made it in such a way, or the developers made it in such a way where you could literally play this thing, not do any of the side quests, not talk to anybody around, and just go mainline the story, get your party, go through it, and do all of that. So with that, side quests in this game, at least to me, were if you wanted to do them, you had to go seek them out. Like, it wasn't something where, sure, you could run into some of the Nevrons and you acquire the mission from them, but you had to pay attention to go and, like, actually get the item they needed and deliver it back to them. That was your choice completely. There was no map, there was no mini map, there was no compass, there was no nothing. And so I actually found myself hating it for about two-thirds of the game, right? And then after that, I started thinking to myself, like, this is the most freedom I have ever experienced playing a turn-based game. I felt completely and utterly free to do whatever I wanted, wherever I wanted. I could continue the story. I could go off and explore the whatever it's called, the upside down waters. Um, shoot,
Flying waters? Is it flying
Flying
waters?
waters. Thank you. I could go explore the flying waters. I could go fly around on Eshki if I wanted to, and literally I could do everything and nothing all at the same time because there was no map, there was no pressure, there was no blinking light saying, "Hey, come over here." And
You
so,
sucked.
what's really weird though is I bitched about no mini map for probably two-thirds of the game. And
Uh-huh.
still, I would actually love the option of having one attached to a Picto after you beat the final boss and like get to start a new game or get to go back to before the final boss and complete stuff before you beat it again. Like I would love if the Picto you got was like, "Hey, mini map and a compass. You're welcome. Go complete all your little things you want to complete." But for actually beating the game, I found it so freeing. And I want to start with Logic let's start with Morgan on this one, and then we'll flip over to Logic, and then Hero, and then we'll go to Enate. Morgan, the mini map is something I've heard you speak about, and you and I
Mhm.
kind of had some of the similar thoughts. Was that's okay? I'd like to have it, but not a big. But like, do you, what did you think about that? Like, did you kind of have the same experience I did, where it started to feel more freeing, or are you still like, nah, give me a mini map?
To be honest, at the beginning of my playthrough, I was getting frustrated. I was like, man, I really wish I had a mini map. It can get kind of cumbersome because a lot of and the thing about Expedition 33 is that in each environment you go to, there are a lot of different paths. You can
Yes.
get kind of turned around and you can get kind of lost, and you're like, oh my gosh, wait, did I come through this pathway already, or am I supposed to go left? Like, which way? You're trying to make sure because there's enemies everywhere. You don't really want to get caught up in a battle if if that's not the direction that you want to go, right? So it can get kind of confusing and frustrating, but like you said, towards the end of the game, I was like, I think I like the fact that there was no mini map because I focused a lot more. I paid attention to my environment a lot more in the game, because usually when I'm having a mini map, I'm staring at the mini map trying to make sure, okay, like, okay, I'm going this
Yes.
way, I'm going north, okay, a little bit to the right, okay, let me make sure I go to this path, okay, let me look back down, make sure I'm going the right way. Like, I'm not really paying attention to everything that I'm seeing. I may miss some things, or I may miss, just how nice the environment is because I'm too busy focusing on the mini map and trying to go the right direction. So even though it could be frustrating, I could get lost, I could get turned around sometimes. I do like the fact that I was paying attention a lot more to the environment, and I got to appreciate the game, I think, a lot more because I wasn't solely focused on just looking at some mini map on the side of the game. And I do think, there are other ways to approach it, like where you don't need a mini map, but you could still pay attention, like Ghosts of Tsushima, for example. You had the wind, right? That was the way
Yeah.
that told you how to get everywhere. I thought that was a very intricate way to get people to not have to focus on a mini map, but still being able to find your way around, right? Because it's a part of the environment and it's leading you to wherever your next mission is, right? But even without that, I still ended up enjoying it, enjoying the game without having a mini map. So yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, sorry, I was reading chat and I got sidetracked. I think Wara and Beldante are having a whole freaking conversation over here about something like I see the Twilight Saga over here. Like,
Twilight.
what? Wara wanna not on the Twilight thing, but the mini map. Oh, sometimes it's better not to draw a mini. Okay, so yeah, I will absolutely agree with what you said. Even though I got lost so many freaking times, um,
Mhm.
if you really think about it, the levels in the game are not they're not as big as levels that we see that I've seen at least in other turn-based games, right? They're not as big as other levels, but their replayability is so high because I got
Yeah.
lost so much. At least for me, I would get so turned around, especially in the painting. Holy shit! When you're in the
Yeah.
not the
Yeah.
painting, but the is it the painting when you go in the canvas?
You talking about, yeah, the canvas up top,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
when you fly up, yeah, up there. Yeah.
Yes. Holy shit! When you go in there, no, 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 the monolith. I'm sorry. When you get
Oh, the
into the
monolith. Okay.
monolith, holy crap! that that whole map like screwed me up to no end, and I ended up back at the beginning so many times. And I'm glad I did because I was under leveled for Renoir, so it really helped to
Yeah,
have
he's trying to
that.
turn you around.
Yeah, like it's. I finally saw it as like, hey, this is my
Help you
last
together.
minute grinding before I go kill something big. So, uh, Logic, what about you? About the mini
I
map
didn't
and
particularly
the.
feel impact. I didn't particularly feel impacted by the minimap, and I'm a person who, from a game design and a game critique perspective, two of the things I'm really big on are quality of life and onboarding. Um, and I get very aggravated, right, because my time is precious. I get very aggravated by like just having things in my windshield that are like a pain in my butt, right, and decrease your efficiency in playing a game that are for no reason. Like they're not experiential. They don't make it feel better to play the game. Like they serve no purpose. Um, I didn't feel that way about the minimap. Uh, for me, and this isn't a statement that like, oh well, I figured it out, and other people like I don't know why. Um, but most of the time, I understood where I needed to go. Most of the time, I want a mini map is when I'm confused and I don't know where the hell I'm supposed to be going, right? And I get really aggravated.
So my
I
entire
didn't find
playthrough of the
that.
game. Got it.
Yeah. For me, I didn't feel that way going through the game. The only 2 points there is a section of the game. One of my criticisms of the game, and I don't have a lot, is that I feel like coming out of the uh, Gestral village,
Yes.
um, and maybe even getting to the place where you are gonna have Gustav's funeral,
Oh.
but especially
Yep.
coming out of the Gestral village, and maybe a little bit trying to get down to Cyrene. like that kind of segment of the game, I feel like kind of bogs down. In the Gestro Village, especially, you meet the chief, or you come back to the chief after winning in the arena and picking up CL, and the chief says, "Hey, and from here on, we're granting you like this privilege, and you can go out of the village the back way." So I was like, I spent a long time trying to figure out what the hell the back way was.
Yes.
How to get out of the Gestro Village.
Same.
Yeah, so I just like ran around. Like I was like, I don't want to fight any of these guys. I don't want to mess around with any BS. I just want to get on with the story. I feel like this is like a branch and not like the main line. And like I just want to get out of here. I ran into that guy who like there's like a casino poker game or something like in the back of the village where like when you come into the cul-de-sac right where he is, there's a big long like walkway pathway up to him with like some torches, and like the torches light as you walk by them. So I was kind of glad that I found that, because I can't remember what you get out of that. You get like a bunch of I forget what the currency is in the game, but you get a bunch of stuff right if you go through that encounter. But by and large, I felt like that was a point where the game like bogged down. But other than that, I was pretty fine without the minimap in overall.
So there were two spots for me that were terrible. One was the Red Mountain area at the beginning, or close to the beginning. I literally missed the right-hand turn at the top part of the cliffs because it just blended in, and it was on the right side and you're coming up from the left. So with the camera, the way it worked is as you got to it, it was at the bottom third of your screen on the right. And so you could kind of barely see it unless you were looking for it. I had to look up a guide, and it was like, yeah, it's right at the top of the mountain. And I'm like, thanks, asshole. That still doesn't tell me. Can somebody please show me a picture? And I finally found one that had a picture, and I was like, holy crap. Because I had wandered around those stupid red cliff sides for like, it had to be an hour. I messaged Enate about it too. I was like, dude, I don't understand. Like, what am I doing wrong here? Please, somebody tell me what I'm doing wrong. And then, like I'd already hit on, the monolith that was a point where I was like, listen, I could have been done with this thing by now. I've now had to spend an extra 2 days on it, and I'm trying to get. That was the one time in the game where I was like, God, could I have just a compass, just something to help direct me? Please give. I don't even want a freaking mini map with everything on it. If I could just get a compass, very faint line at the top of the screen that was like, you're going the right way. Thank you. But outside of that, I loved that the game felt intuitive to play. It felt like I knew what I was supposed to do, even though I kept getting turned around and lost. Like I knew when I got to the open world map, I was like, oh, this is where I'm supposed to go. I'm supposed to keep progressing forward. I'd look at the map and go, oh yeah, that makes sense. I got to go over here. Cool. And on the way there, I'd find these little islands that had merchants on it, and I was like, oh, I got to collect the hair. All the hair. I got to collect all the pictos. I got to collect everything that I could find. And so, uh, anyways, Nate, you said you were back. So what about you, man? The minimap, yes, no, loved it, hated it, want one, don't want.
I mean, so like my trouble with it, right? And I still would have liked the option, is what I'll say. So I still would have liked the option because mainly the main issue is obviously, like y'all said, in the more beginning areas. So the Flying Waters and the Gestural Village are two of the easiest places on the planet to get lost, like constantly. And you can get turned around so easily because everything, it just looks the same, or like there's so many ins and outs and corridors in the Gestural Village. Like I've run around in a complete circle in the Gestural Village several times. I did the same thing Logic said when they were like, "Oh, you can leave the back way." I immediately did the same thing, like trying to like, okay, where the hell is the back way? Like
I can't
verify
find the I
back way
can't find
for
the
me.
front
Where is
exit,
that?
much less the back. What
Yeah,
do you?
exactly. Like, and then another reason I say this, right, especially, um, is because like, okay, so not us, but I've been following a couple people. I follow a couple people who obviously I'm very known for being JRPG centric, so I come across a lot of people who are playing it. And honestly, A lot of people missed a lot of stuff in this game, bro. Like a lot of stuff. Like, and I mean like really basic stuff. And it
Like?
it always irks it always irks my nerves because some of this stuff is so key, so central, and would help make the game so much easier for them. So one thing in particular that this girl said that she missed, which I again, to me, it seems silly that she missed it, but her and like this eventually got like over 100 replies. Apparently, a ton of people missed the gestural who gives you Lumina points for turning in your journals. Like in the he's literally the second one on the left when you walk into the bazaar.
I'm sorry,
where they
do
sell
what?
stuff to you. Oh no.
I'm
Oh, no,
sorry,
you
do
didn't- you didn't
what?
miss it.
There's a gestural in the gestural village that will give you
No.
Lumina.
No.
for-
F that. I got lost in that thing for 2 fucking hours. No. I talked to every single thing in there. There's no way.
He's there. He's
You
like right
never
across
got it?
from where the chief lives, like in that little bazaar area.
I was stuck in gestural hell for an entire gaming session one night. No. There's just
So
this,
Nate, I don't think that's easy to miss necessarily. And the reason I'm going to say, at least for me, is I went into the
Yeah.
Gestural Village and I felt like you talked to 2 or 3 people, and quite honestly, to me, you just get back noise, right? You just get back bullcrap.
Yeah, they don't really say
And I'm like,
yeah.
bruh, I do not have time for this. Like, I'm done. Like, there's nothing here for me to discover. No, I'm off straight to my next thing. So I didn't spend a lot of time talking to people in the Gestural Village.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, wait. So did you miss it too? Did you not find the
Yeah.
guy for the journals?
Yep.
Oh snap, bro!
See?
But see what's weird. What's weird, Nate? I'm not sure if you were back on, but remember, I said, but I did find that dude trying to find my way out the back. I did find that
Yeah.
dude who was running like a casino, right?
Yeah,
who gives
Yes.
You
you
did find him.
yes.
Okay.
And I think that's harder to find than the guy you're mentioning.
No,
but I
I
completely
think that's way harder to find, and yet everybody seeed to have gotten roulette, but a
Right.
bunch of people missed the journal
roulette.
guy.
I straight up did
so
get
that
roulette.
Was wild. So
Like,
yeah, you didn't get roulette. Oh,
I
man,
did.
that sucks, bro.
no, I did.
Oh, you did. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so see, you got roulette. So see, the thing that's harder to find, and I agree with Logic, it is way harder to find that guy than it is, because like literally when you walk in the Gestural Village and bust an immediate left, it says Bazaar. There is the guy who sells you stuff, and directly next to him is the journal guy. But I do get how some people might have missed it though, because you need a certain amount of journals on you, in order for him to give you some. So he will tell you, but again, like Logic was saying, if you talk to some of the other stuff and you got a bunch of gibberish back, you're probably not going to pay much attention anymore because most of them don't do anything.
exactly.
So,
and
yeah,
I
so I
clapped
definitely
out.
get
Like
that.
I didn't. I literally didn't buy anything. Like I
Yeah.
hit like the first couple like instances where you can like buy stuff, and I was like,
Uh-huh.
this appears to be mostly useless. Like I don't see
Yeah.
anything that's like a big game changer here, so I'm not going to be bothered with this like mini game part of it. So when I hit that, I specifically remember now when I did come back and hit that guy in the bazaar who was the seller. That was
Yeah.
the point where I said I'm not bothering with any more of these guys.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I get that, but that's why I was like, in the mini map section, like at least the Gestural Village, right? At least if it would have pointed out NPCs who were, actually something, so people wouldn't miss it. Like just because I've seen so many people miss that, and it was like Lumina was like a big thing for me. Like I was so overpowered. I mean, obviously, I've explained to people multiple times. This is how I play JRPGs. Like I'm overpowered to the point where any boss I come across, is the rule is you're trapped in here with me, not the other way around. Like I'm the boss battle, like that's how I play. So I'm looking for every advantage, everything in the book to beat the brakes off this game, because to me, I look at it as the game is doing the same to me. But yeah, like I said, Flying Waters in the Gestural Village.
So real quick,
especially,
speaking
like,
of that,
I
what did
got
you
spun
play
around
on?
in there?
Like, what difficulty did you play on?
Difficulty?
Yeah.
I played on normal, and then I turned it down on my second playthrough because I'm playing another playthrough on PC. So I turned it down the story because I ain't got time for that. But yeah,
Do you
I
feel like
did
a
complete
god
it
now?
on.
Do you?
I mean, from what I've seen from other people's playthroughs and stuff, and a lot of people having to turn it down. I mean, I was on point, you know.
Okay.
But no, not really, because like I even told people, like even playing on easy, there are still things that will two shot you. So I was like, easy's not, you know, like you're not just gonna walk through the park, you know. That's why I kept laughing when I was explaining to Hero, I think, at one point, because I was talking to him about some of the other people I was seeing playing the game. This one girl kept worrying about being over leveled, you know, because I was like, she was playing on easy and she was getting towards the end, and I'm like, well, the main story stuff is made to be feasible, you know what I mean? And I was like, but she's like, oh, I'm just running through the game, I'm running through the game. It took her a week to get through the endless tower, and then it took her another week to beat Simon. So yeah, she stopped talking all that mess after she
Mm-hmm.
started doing in-game content. I was like, yeah, you got smacked up, didn't you?
You,
I was
you got.
like, so yeah, I was trying to tell people, I was like, yeah, you got up in there, and it was just like meek, 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 just beating that. So, yeah. But yeah, it was that stuff was always too funny when people were like, oh man, it's getting easy. And I'm like, nah, it's not. But it also depends on your strategies and stuff, right? This is another thing that I really love about this game, and this is something where I'm glad a lot of people who don't play these types of games got to really experience that for the first time. But this is the prime example, right? And of what we get on when we say we love JRPGs and their customizability, like the Picto system and like all that stuff going on with the strategies and all the things that you could find, right? Like you said, even without the mini map, because like I said, I know that's the whole thing, right? Um, that, but that's also slightly, like I said, I brought that up. As much as I love that stuff, I had to backtrack like crazy to find some of this stuff.
Mm.
Like because like I said, in the end, I was like, why? I was trying to do certain builds, and I'm like, I'm missing like 15 Pictos for this build, and then come to find out, it was like, oh, there's a super secret spot here where if you kneel, go underneath this cove in the back on the left side through the bushes. And I was like, bro, how was I supposed to find that? Like, only to find out, like, I walked right past it. You know what I mean? So,
Well,
like, in
your
those
comment,
instances, I feel like it could have helped. What were you going to say?
your comment Nate makes me. I've been wanting to for a while, like kind of walk back what I said. When I say I kind of felt like I knew where I needed to go, that was
Yeah.
with specific reference to the world map. Like on the world map,
Oh,
like
yeah.
I
Yeah.
felt like I like generally knew where I needed to go for the next mission. But
I
not
agree with
having
that.
the mini map on the like once you were like on a
The actual
level,
levels.
to me that was part of what fed discoverability. And for somebody who was not trying to 100% the game, like
Yeah.
probably a lot of what we're going to go through tonight, even though some gamers may disagree with it, like
Mhm.
I didn't 100% the game. Like I said, I spent 36.5 hours.
I didn't either.
And I have
Yeah.
deliberately made the choice. I'm eventually going to go get another copy and do another play. But I've deliberately made the choice. Like my experience in that game and my knowledge of the story is going to be encapsulated by my experience of the game. Like I understand what people are going to tell me, and maybe at some point I'll see something on a fan Wikipedia or whatever. But I'm like, no, I am choosing to believe the story as I had it interpreted to me the first time through, right?
Yep.
And I don't want to.
Mhm.
I'm not deliberately going to look for anything outside of that. So, at any rate, if you're not trying to 100% the game, I feel like not having a mini map is part of the discoverability, and it's part of what you said too, Thrifty, about like the game gives you the ability to choose to go off and do stuff or not do it,
Yep.
right?
It was
Yeah. I mean,
literally
and
the.
I agree with that point you brought up with the freedom. Like I loved that like I could just go wherever and do whatever at multiple intervals. Like, I was as free as SK could go, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like once he could swim, I was busting through everything, going everywhere. Like honestly just the progression in the game I thought was done really well, I guess is the best way for me to explain it. Like I felt like they locked you into certain areas really well and all this other stuff. But yeah, like you said, the overworld was perfect, right? The overworld was perfect. It does have a mini map though, but the overworld was perfect. I had no problem navigating that. I mean, I eventually got to the point where I could pretty much navigate it by just view and like landmarks.
Yeah.
But yeah, those other places, I felt like they needed them just because, like I said, at the very least, the Gestural Village, just because I see so many people missing that, and it just kind of sucks because it's like it does change your experience considerably. Because like honestly, that's like 200 Lumina that you're missing pretty early on and pretty frequently. Where it's like this was a conversation we had with Omar a lot of times, where he was doing certain things unnecessarily. And the whole discoverability or map thing is always a thing because, especially when we get into these open world things, and this isn't just exclusive to this game. This is like open world games in general, where we have a conversation. Like I'm telling you, I could hold a class on, can you play video games the wrong way? And the answer is technically no, but based on people and how they feel from a lot of the end game, when they finish a game, the answer is actually yes, because when I listen to the way people played certain games, I'm like, dang, they would have really enjoyed it a lot better and would have really loved it if they wouldn't have got stuck doing this, this, and this. Which is something that we had an experience with Omar in the beginning. Omar gets caught up in like the bravado of like online BS, where everybody's like, oh, this boss is hard. Oh, that boss is hard, right? Omar spent like 3 hours fighting that stupid pink ball when he was like level 8.
Just to say
just to
he
prove that
did
he
it?
could do it.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, he did it, but
Oh, y'all roasted him on
like,
the pod for that, didn't you?
yeah,
Yeah,
because
I heard that.
That's why it took us so long to get to our spoiler cast and why we haven't had it yet, because he was spending so much time trying to do everything as he ran into it. And I was like, Omar, there's a ton of stuff on the map you're not supposed to immediately do because you're meant to come back to it.
Now, in fairness,
But
though,
Omar's like, nah, I'm gonna fight it now.
In fairness, that first mime that you come across is a freaking trap for every single one that comes after it. Because that first mime, I'm like, Morgan asked, have you beat the mime yet? And I was like, no. And then I found it, and then I beat it.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, hell, that thing was easy. Cool. Hell yeah. I get to the next one where you're walking over this, like, it's a... What's the word I'm looking for? It's like a bridge. It's like a stone bridge. It's like formed like a natural stone bridge. You have a low-end section on one side, a low-end section on the other. You're inside of a mountain, essentially. And when you go, you'll see the mime in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. And so if you pan the camera, you just see him standing there. And I jump down and I go to fight the thing. I'm like, man, I kicked the other one's rear end. This will be easy. I got leveled. Then I got leveled again. Then I got leveled again. And I said, you know what? This is optional. Fuck it. And I moved.
Yeah.
and
you only got to beat really one of them and stuff, but they do drop some pretty rewarding stuff sometimes. Sometimes it's just hair. So yeah, I get
hair.
why you were just like, nah, I'm good.
Speaking of
like,
rewarding
I'm
things,
good on that.
I wanted to ask y'all about the platforming, because Enate, you talked about how some of the gamers miss some things and all of that. I intentionally, after finding the first Gestural Beach, I intentionally did not do any of the platforming because that shit was annoying as hell. I do not have any other like outfits. I think I only got like 3 or 4 of them because I wasn't going to do the platforming in the game.
I mean, I don't blame you. I actually the platforming is one of the main reasons why it's a 9.5 for me, because it is. I had to do it enough that it was incredibly annoying, and I understand my skill level in general platforming versus what I was experiencing, and then obviously I could see a ton of other people frustrated with the platforming, and this is coming from somebody who the really, really, really big tower. If you guys did that one where it's like way up in the sky, like, I mean, it's way up in the sky. I did that in one go. Like, I never fell. But, like, even that was, like, so nerve-wracking because I know how finicky the platforming was in the game. So that was actually a big point of contention for me, where, honestly, I had to drop some kind of points off. So, yeah, that was definitely a major issue for me. I get it, it seemed like they really wanted to include it, and it's I mean it's throughout the game too, like other parts of the regular game. Um, and like I said, all this of course depends entirely where you went. Like Logic was saying, he went through and played in a very specific way, got to the end, felt like he explored and naturally where he wanted to go, and then kind of got through the game. Versus, I went to everything. Um, so I, when you go to everything in this game, you come across it a lot. And one of my biggest frustrations with that also was not just the platforming, but the level design on the one that you hated, the dark area with the lanterns. Morgan was watching me play on part of it and pointed something out that I walked past. And like I said, I'm really thorough when I play these games. And it didn't even look like you could go there. And Morgan had to it was like, when I explain to people, it's like somebody trying to explain directions to you the long way, and they expect you to remember it. Like, yeah, all you're going to do is going to go up there, you're going to make a left, head up about 6 blocks, on your right, past the second light, go up twice, ask for Jimmy, he'll give you the good stuff.
Nope,
You know
I
what
was
I'm saying?
done,
Like, that's what
turn right. I was out.
Yeah, right? So it was like, I was like, yo, why is that hidden like that? And it was like a picto or something. Like, it was something extremely important. And I was like, how am I supposed to even see that? And so I definitely get the frustrations with that and stuff. Like, it drove me crazy, especially somebody who was trying to get more and get pretty much everything. But ultimately, I still really, like I said, clearly enjoyed my time with it. I felt like I got lost less in some of the later levels. Kind of like just to point out, like you guys were saying, it's really the early stuff where it was crazy because, like I said, nothing is really like Flying Waters. Like, if Flying Waters is beautiful, it's incredible, an insane level design, but it is also all very blue, and you
Yep.
can get lost and flipped around in there so easily. Like, I had to find myself over focusing and really controlling how I moved my right analog stick to make sure I didn't get turned around. Like, it was super weird. So that place, and like I said, between that and the Gestural Village, that's why I really felt like you needed it. And I felt like it would have just helped people do some of the stuff more to completion, just because I feel like the pictos are so important in this game, especially to your strategy and what you can really get done and do with the game. Um, so yeah, I mean, hopefully, like I said, when Logic finds the time, because we all got 10 million games to play, I hope he gets to play with a lot more of the pictos and some other stuff that he might have missed when he goes back and plays again. Because the strategies and stuff you can employ it gets crazy. Like, this is the stuff I live for, though. I get everybody doesn't get crazy off of it, but this is stuff I live for when it comes to turn-based games, specifically doing really well when they just give you so many options. Like, you can just get literally insane. Like, I had to explain to Omar 100 times why me missing one of the pictos didn't affect me, because it's like auto shell or something. It was auto power or something. And I was like, well, I didn't need it because I had something else where when I shelled, I got power anyway, or something like that. And trying to explain that to Omar was just going over his head. But again, the option for all this stuff was just incredible overall. But yeah, they said, overall the map wasn't too frustrating later on. I agree with, like you guys said, and like Logic was saying earlier, the exploration was really rewarded and a lot of stuff, and I didn't feel like I had too much of an issue later, but I still did miss a lot. When you go to, I believe they pronounce it Serene, the place where you fight one of the Axions.
Fuck them.
I missed I missed 11 pictos in there, bro. I had to go back there and I was like, yo, where was all this stuff? And I'm finding myself, I'm like, yo, I'm thorough. I know I cleaned this place up. Only to find out, I missed a whole gestural that sells stuff in there. I missed the mine.
No, I found that dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you definitely found him.
He was up around the corner. Yeah.
Did you fight the TCA on your way to Cyrene?
I did. I did.
Okay.
I feel like I overthought that so much. I sat there for like 10 minutes. Like, should I really fight this thing?
Oh yeah, I did the same thing.
I thought you were supposed to fight it.
No, I mean, but they
It's
like
optional.
tell you, yeah, it's optional. And he's
Oh.
like, oh, it'll really weaken her if we kill it.
Hell yeah.
But like, should we? Like, and I was like, should I?
Yes.
Like, I was like,
Yes.
yeah.
Like,
Ultimately, when I saw the reward I got, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna murder you every time I play this game. But
well,
but yeah.
because
Was,
I went
like,
mask
it
first.
took so long. It took so long to get down to him in the first place. I was
Yeah.
just like, do I want to do more of this, or do I just want to book it to find Cyrene? 'Cause I'm still trying to figure out like the path to get down to her.
Yeah, same. That was my whole dilemma. Like, I was like, I don't know, man. They seem really unsure about this. Like, and that was what it really was. It was like the cast themselves were like really unsure. And like Verso wasn't really helping. He was like, I mean, we could. Like, it would weaken her, but like, I don't know. You guys, like, I was just like, so now I'm like, I don't know, like, is like the hall gonna crumble beneath us or something if I kill it? Like, I don't know, man. You sound real weird about killing this thing. Like, until I eventually was like, all right, I'm gonna just look it up, see what I get for killing it, and then that's when I was like, all right, I'm gonna kill it.
No, I didn't even care because I had done the mask. I done the other one first, and
Oh,
in
you did
that
the other one first?
oh
Okay.
my god! And for somebody who was getting lost already in the game, if you don't pay
Yeah.
attention, you'll walk towards the first mask, and it will open its mouth and close its mouth, right? And when
Yeah.
it does that, it changes the whole fucking setting. And like, I'm sitting
Oh,
here
yeah.
turning around, going, everything's different. What the fuck just happened? Where am I? What am I doing?
What
And
just happened?
and I'd go back and I'd keep walking. I'm like, why is everything fucked up? And it didn't dawn on me until I beat the second mask that I was like,
What had happened?
oh, this is why that's happening. So I felt like a complete idiot 90% of the time playing this game. There was never a moment where I was like, ooh, I got it. I figured it. Even at the beginning, Enate, I text you and I was like, dude, this is just, when Mael first sees, and you see Mael and Alicia first together, and it's in
Yeah.
like you're in like a Mael dream, and you see Alicia, and you're like, oh shit, they're the same fucking person. And I was like, I text you immediately, and I was like, dude, it's all a fucking dream. It all feels like this is just one big dream. And it's whimsical, it's this, but it's super dark and gritty, but then it goes to these flying, like, everything screamed, this is a dream. It never
Yeah.
freaking occurred to me with something called the Paintress that this would be a fucking painting that you're living inside of. No. I was like, this is a dream. They're going to do the same freaking trope.
So
And
I'm glad you brought that up though, because I did want to say something to what Logic said earlier, and I agree with him because I saw people comparing this to Final Fantasy X, and it is not the same.
no.
People need to stop it because that game does do the "it's a dream" thing, and this is not a dream.
Spoiler
so people
alert.
were saying it's like, yeah, yeah. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, people ain't even gonna know at this point. Like, there's only like us in here, so.
That's true.
But yeah, people saying they were like, "Oh, it's just like that," and I was like, "No, that is not the same because this is not a dream." I was like, "Don't do that. Don't belittle the philosophy of the painting and what it means and the trap soul and all this stuff. Like talking about it's a dream because it's not. Don't do that. Like, because yeah, because that's actually Final Fantasy X is one of my favorites too. Like, I know it's like all are like the old school people is like one of their favorites, and it's one of mine too. But the ending was such a cop out, and I hated it. And
Yep.
I agree with Logic 100%. The "It's a Dream" is like the biggest cop out ending ever for JRPGs or RPGs in general. I hate that. As it is as much as a cop out as the beginning of JRPGs where they have amnesia. Because that's the most overused crap ever.
Yes, agreed. Speaking of agreeing, I don't remember what the original question was. For anybody who's been here before, you know I have short-term memory loss. And I get
No,
sidetracked a lot.
we were talking about the mini map, and we got sidetracked.
Oh,
But
that's
yeah.
right. Okay, yeah, so we haven't moved on to the
we were
next
talking about
thing.
the mini map, and
Yeah, you were asking
talking
about
about the mini
platforming.
map, but I got into
Oh,
why
thank you, Morgan.
people
Thank you, Morgan.
people got lost and people got lost and stuff like that. That's what we were talking.
Got-
That's why we got into that.
Yeah, and Morgan hit it on the head. Platforming. So, Logic, did you do any
Yeah.
of the platforming in the game? That was not required.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not. And 9 ways no to hell to Sunday and back.
Did you attempt it, or
Like,
did you just see videos and
No,
said, "Hell no, I'm
not
fine"?
at all. Not at all. I saw other people doing it, and I said I'm not even looking for that. And if I happen to stumble across it, I'm not doing it. I don't normally like lay out like my gaming plan like long term, like beyond what I'm gaming at the time. But I will say, I did this game, and then I knew Doom: The Dark Ages was coming up, and I knew I was going to replay a bunch of Doom Eternal. And I cannot stand the platforming in Doom Eternal that it requires you to
okay.
do, and that it's not optional. And I was like, well, the last thing I'm about to do is do platforming in Expedition 33 if it's optional.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
actually tried the platforming only once, and they were like, "Nope, I'm not doing any of the platforming." I just left them aside. I still haven't gone back, and will probably not go back to them.
So, Morgan, what about you? Did you do any of the platforming, or did you say F it? Just...
Well, unfortunately, the requirement for the platinum for the game,
Oh, that's right.
you have to do platforming. I started off, I went to the Gestural Beach with a tower on it, and I was just like, okay, they was like, you gotta climb the top of the tower. I was like, okay, I can do this. It's fine. I started doing it, started getting a hang of it, going up. I got about like, it was a little frustrating, a little scary at first, but I was, I was doing a good job, right? Then I got 80% up to the top of this tower, and I did some stupid little jump. Or one thing I really hate about the platforming of this game is when the jump is a long distance, your character will roll. Like when they
Yep.
land, they roll. And so I was jumping from like one platform, like go over to like some wooden plank, and it was a good long jump, but the plank was narrow. So I'm controlling my character. I think I had Verso was my main, and so I jumped with him, and he rolled right off the side, and I'm falling down to the bottom of this huge tower that I've been climbing. I'm just like, like the scream I let out when I fell down was it was not pretty, right? And so now I have to start over. And one thing about me, when I start, when I start something and I have to, when I do something and I have to start over, I get frustrated. I lose the patience that I had when I first did something,
Yep.
right? So now I'm mad because I had progressed so much up this tower, and now I have to start over from the beginning, from the bottom of the beach. And so now I'm doing it faster, and because I'm doing it faster, I'm doing it more carelessly. So now I'm still like, now I only get to about 33% of the tower, and I fall because I'm trying to rush up this tower because I'm pissed off that I messed up. And I was doing that, I swear, for an hour. I was raging so hard with the platforming of this game. My God. I'm the same with Enate. This is why I had to give it 9.5. I took 0.5 off just for the platforming because it pissed me off so bad. Like, I'm not a fan of when games that are not platformers try to include platforming, okay? Because a lot of the times they don't really prioritize the platforming mechanics that, are required for platforming games, to be fun, to be useful. And so it's just too wonky to be doing all of these platforming these platforming mini games, right? So I I absolutely hated it whenever we had to do any kind of platforming thing. And that tower on that Gestural Beach, for anybody who's done it, I know it was so freaking frustrating for me because, like I said, I lose patience very quickly. And once I fell, I was doing so good, got almost to the top, and fell right off. And I got so pissed. And like when I get pissed, I lose my patience, and I just want to get through it quickly. And that doesn't work with these platform mechanics in this game, right? The quicker you go, the more likely you are to fall off. So, yeah, not a fan of the platforming in this game.
Okay.
Not a fan at all.
So my first introduction to platforming in this game was the rollers at the Gestural Beach. Where not the rollers. Yes, actually, no, the rollers. So you have to go across this plank. It's halfway in water, halfway not. You keep going, and then you make a little jump. You make another jump, and then you get on these stupid spinning carousels. That's fine, great. But there's these big, huge American Gladiator looking freaking like.
I was just about to say that.
I was so pissed. And I'd get to it and I'd be like, oh, this is great. I'm finally
Warrior-esque
here.
platform.
And then it would hit me and I'd fall in the water. And I did that so many times. And I was like, you know what? This is not enjoyable anymore. I am not having fun with this. And I do not want this to ruin it. So I looked it up and I found it was optional. It's just a skin for your character. And I was like, all right, cool. I'm not fucking with this for the rest of the game. And I didn't do another. I'd walk into a place and it would say Gestural Beach. And I said, fuck it, I'm gone. Like, I didn't even screw with anything. Anything that was hidden or looked like a platform, or I just didn't do it. I was so far out of it. And I couldn't get
I was
past
gonna
that.
ask if you played the if anybody played the volleyball Gestural Beach minigame. That was probably the hardest one for me.
No,
Yeah.
I did the arena.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, that one was fun.
I did find the arena. As a matter of fact, at one point in the Gestural Village, the only thing I could find was the people who were talking about the damn arena. That's it. I just kept walking around in a big ass circle going, where's the exit? Where's the exit? And I thought the Gestural Village was going to be so damn intuitive, because when you get to it, the first line is, oh, I wonder where the mayor's house is. And when the camera pans, there's fucking arrows that say mayor's house. And I'm like, oh, cool. They're making fun of themselves. They're making fun of, like, JRPGs and the RPG element where they ask really stupid questions and then provide the answer with a street sign or something. Like, cool. I saw the callback. That was pretty cool. And then I was like, oh, I'm stuck in here. Okay. Well, never mind. So it was one of those areas where it was just super hard and super easy to get stuck. But so logic. I don't think you've talked on this one yet. What are your thoughts on this?
I'm sorry, Thrifty. What was the question? I thought you were asking me a question after that.
No, okay, so we can move on to another question if nobody has anything else on what Morghan just said.
Yeah, because I think we were still talking about platforming, and I did answer that question.
Oh, yeah, you did. That's
I
right.
don't think Hero.
It was a real quick no. Hero, did you do platforming?
I tried it, I failed, and I stopped and I moved on. So
Okay.
very simple.
Gotcha. I tried it, I failed, I came, I saw, I got conquered, and I quit. There you go.
Oh God, pause again.
That's what happened. Hey, listen, no shame at all. I don't shame people who do not do things in certain games. I don't shame people who play on story. Like, no, we don't do that here. So, let's move on to the next question, because we are getting kind of long in the tooth. We've been here for about 2 hours now, so we got about, I'd say, about 45 minutes left before we need to start wrapping it up. Okay, so we've talked a lot about graphics, we talked about performance, we talked about things we've liked, things we didn't, we talked about some of the stuff in the game that was annoying, we talked about some of the parts of the game that were amazing. All of this, though, culminates to the ending of the game. And it culminates in a decision that literally I just sat on the screen for probably 15-20 minutes. Like, I didn't want to keep going. I didn't want to make the decision. So for those who don't know what I'm talking about or don't care about spoilers or anything like that, because you're already here and you're already listening, there's a point in the game where you get revealed that the painters have made this entire world. They've done it to deal with their grief. Verso's young child boy soul is trapped in the painting, and you're left with the decision at the end, Asmael/Alicia, where you can destroy the painting, or you can continue to live in the painting, living in this fantasy world that you've drawn for yourself to escape the reality of what happened outside. And in that moment, I sat there and I couldn't make the decision quickly, which normally doesn't happen. Like, I listened to the dialogue, I heard the dialogue, and it was not that difficult. Like, I'm remembering what I said to Nate when I was like, you know what? I realized that they were fake, and I killed them. I didn't care. Fuck them. They weren't real. It doesn't matter. I needed to get back to the real world, handle your own crap, and figure life out. You can't just hide in a painting or a book or a video game. There's life, there's real life that has to be accomplished. Go do real life. Like, it's literally what I had to tell myself a long, long time ago. Like, there's real life. You have to deal with it. You can't hide from it, so you better get it done. And any of this make-believe stuff, it's good for a little bit, but it doesn't actually do anything. So, like, I felt connected to the story in that moment, and once that clicked with me, I told Enate, I was like, nah, choice was super simple. But there was that initial delay. So I just kind of told y'all what I chose. I chose to destroy the painting and free Verso's soul and all of that. Like, I chose to just destroy it all together. And I got the ending. It was super somber. You watch them; they're actually outside, which I thought was so cool. And somebody else was mentioning this on a podcast, and I can't remember which one I was listening to. But the thought of, after you deal with so much grief and loss and sadness, and you're in the moment and you're mourning, and you're just dealt with some heavy event, like, you go outside. Like, literally, it's just an almost natural response that you go outside to get some fresh air, to clear the air, to touch some freaking grass. And what we always joke about gamers, grass, we're allergic to it. It's dangerous. It's scary. We want to stay inside and play on our screen and disconnect and get into this world. So, like, Hero, I'm not trying to steal what you said, but when you and I were talking, you talked about how it was kind of a mirror looking back at you. And as I've stayed away from the game for about a week. The only time I went back to it was to grab some footage for my review. And I stayed away from it because I wanted to process it and think about it. And, like, it literally is a mirror. At certain points in life, you have to turn off your disconnect. You have to get to the point where you can distinguish reality from fantasy, and you have to get there in such a way that allows you to still function. You have to go outside. You have to touch grass. You have to be a part of the real world. You can't just coop yourself inside. And so, like, the whole ending to me literally spoke to me as a gamer, but as somebody who uses gaming as an escape. Like, Final Fantasy has been in the news a lot lately, and in the media circuit a lot lately, because they've partnered with Magic the Gathering. They've done a whole, like, collaboration. There's been talk about the Final Fantasy 9 stuff. There's been talk about 13. There's been talk about a 10 remake, a 10-3. Like, it has been murmurings of Final Fantasy for the past several months. And those it brought back so many emotions that are tied to me from Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy VII, because I played those games when I was a kid. I played those games as a 13 or 12 to 14-year-old for Final Fantasy X, and as a 10-year-old for Final Fantasy, or 11-year-old rather, for Final Fantasy VII. And in those times, both of those were pivotal. One of them, for Final Fantasy X, my brother had just moved out. He was 5 years older than me. So when I got home from school, I no longer had my brother to play with. He was gone. And so I would literally lose myself in Tidus, in Waka, in Lulu, in Kamari, in Arin. I would lose myself in Riku and the Albed language, and finding Rin and going through the lightning fields, and I would literally lose myself in the game. And there got to be a point where I finally had to, like, break myself from that, where you can't just hide in a video game. And so, like, there was a lot unpacked for me personally at the end, and taking time to reflect on it. So, with that being said, I want to know what you chose, and I want to know, uh, kind of, did it have some profound impact, or was it just, cool, that was a good game? Like, did it provoke further thought? It doesn't have to be something like traumatic or anything, but, like, did it provoke further thought? And Logic, I don't think I've started a topic with you yet, so let me do that. what about you? What did you choose, and did it leave you kind of questioning things or kind of revealing anything to you about yourself or anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I also want to mention is as we go around, I also kind of want to know, because I think it plays into the decision you made, or at least maybe how your post-processing of the decision you made was. I'd also kind of, if people don't mind saying, I'd also kind of like to know if anyone is a parent, and then if you
Oh,
are a parent, if anyone has daughters. Um,
That's me.
so
okay.
so for me, I'm Team Verso. Um, and I have no problems with that. I think philosophically, I'm like the older brother you mentioned. I'm a realist and a pragmatist. Um, as much as I understand what the compelling need was for the painting for some people. I mean, when I say people, like characters in the game, real world people in the game, and I acknowledge the sadness of what was done to the, whether or not you consider them, life forms or whatever inside the painting. At the end of the day, um, I believe that you, like, whatever your pain and suffering is, you have to push through it and you have to deal with it, and you can't
Right.
ignore it, and you can't safety net it. You can't have an escape. That just means that you're not dealing with it. And I felt like there were ramifications from allowing people to live in that world. And so I went Team Versa.
Okay. So are you a father of a daughter, I'm guessing?
Yes. So that played into the bit of hesitation that I had in making that choice, right? Because it's funny, and I kind of asked you the Star Trek question before. I think we've had a little kibitzing in the chat thread about like maybe some areas of fiction that we both share. So like one of the significant points of fiction that I've come across over the last like decade or so is The Walking Dead, and so I started season 1 of The Walking Dead before my first kid was born, and I know that like there's a way that I felt watching that like when I wasn't a parent. And then I put the series away. I was in grad school at the time. I put the series away. I did other stuff. Then like the next year during finals time again, I tried to re-onboard it to it, and I watched season 1 again. At that point, I was a parent, and I was like, oh, this is making me think about different stuff than the first time I went through season 1, right? Like the flood of what ifs, like just like is an avalanche, right? And in similar vein is this, right? This makes you consider like all the fears and stuff that you have as a parent, and all the things you deal with on a daily basis, what what if they're critically injured? What if they're on life support? What if like what if something happens to them, like a sickness, and like the quality of life of their future is less than what I imagine for them? Like, what choices do you make? Um, and so that severely impacted me, right, in terms of like making that choice, because I was like, okay, so I get it. She's saying that her perspective is that the her her life in the real world is a less than, right? And I'm thinking about this as a parent. I'm like, is she ever going to get married? Is she going to have children of her own? What is her life going to be like? Um, and in her mind, I definitely acknowledge that there is a perspective that whatever life I have in the real world is going to be limited, right? To the point of maybe it's not going to be anything. And so that had a severe impact on me, both in making the decision and again in post processing. And like you, like I finished the game and I like I kind of checked out from gaming for about a week. Right, I was just like, I don't know what I want to play. Quite honestly, I don't know if I ever want to play anything again from a story perspective, because I don't think anything else will ever hit me this way. Like I was doing a lot of soul searching, but a lot of it was like associated with like the decision and the choice I had made, and like reflecting on, well, if I'm presented that option in the real world, like what am I gonna do?
All right, so Hero. I agreed with a lot of what Logic said. A lot. Logic, to answer your question, I do not have a daughter, but I have two sons, and one of my kids has ADHD, ADD, and ODD, and something else, some other initial.
Wow.
And he learned a long time ago that he could just say, "Oh, that's because of my ADHD," because Daddy also has a lot of those initials. And uh, basically, I had a military dad who didn't let me, rely on those for excuses, right? Because that's all they were, especially to him. He didn't want to hear it. He didn't care. And so, uh, basically, I would end up like, sorry, I got sidetracked by Wara giving me shit in the chat. Uh, my kid play. Oh yeah, ADHD and all that stuff. I've had to like really work with him a lot, sometimes to my frustration and my anger. But like I've had to work with him a lot on like, listen, you cannot keep using this as an excuse. Like there's things in motion, there's things that you've done, there's things that you can do. We need to go ahead and like move forward with this, right? Uh, and me too, Beldante. Me too. That would be cool. Uh, and basically, it's what this whole game led to. That's why I said once it clicked in my head that they weren't real, I was done. Like my brain shut off and shut off all emotion to that. Period. And so, and then after I was like, oh shit, this is a whole reflection into my life and blah, because I talked to Hero. Speaking of that, Hero, I am so excited to have you talk about this live on a show. So what did you think, sir? What did you choose? What did you do?
This is actually very heavy for me, and I'll give the reason. So first of all, the choice I made was to fight as Mael, and I just want to quickly read what I wrote on Twitter the moment I finished this game, and I'll explain the reason where that comes from and why I said it's a mirror. I wrote down. I said after 70 plus hours, I made a choice to live a life with memories to fill my selfishness. I made a choice not to live in loss, and I have made chosen. I may have chosen a lie, and I definitely did choose a lie. I chose to live in the freaking painting. I said this game is a mirror. This is now the most treasured game of my entire 44 years. Deeply philosophical. I've always seen myself as a very mature, very logical person who doesn't go with emotion and just makes the right decision. It's been over a year now. I think it's 2 years, a year now that my mom passed away just around when Spider-Man came out, Spider-Man 2 came out.
Mm.
And while I was playing Howard's mission with the pigeons, I cried during that mission because my mom just died 4 days before.
Oh my gosh.
When I came to Australia 8 years ago, sorry about this, I knew that I had this feeling that I was never going to see my mom alive again because I made up my mind, but it's going to be 10 years before I go to Nigeria again. I made up my mind. So even when she died, I was not at the burial. I was not at a financial place where I could actually go for that burial. And in my mind, I thought maybe I had mourned, I had moved on. When I had to make the decision after the conversation between Mayala and Verso, I knew what my choice would be, and I knew it was the wrong choice. In my mind, I knew it's the wrong choice, but I did not want to. I did not want to face reality. I was not thinking about Mayala. I was thinking about my own life and my own mother. And my dad got cancer like a year ago, just after my mom passed away. So I was like, oh God, I don't want to live in this reality. I want to live in that fake world. So me thinking that I was a logical person, emotional side, I was like, I betrayed myself, and this showed me as a mirror of how weak I could be as a person. So I stayed in that mirror world, knowing that it's not the right choice. I should move on. I should touch grass. I should be strong, but I do not want to be. In the chat today, I said Logic made some very straight, strong words, very good comments, and I understand logically. I understand the right thing to do, but the grief that this game is the biggest story of grief I've ever seen in my life. And it impacted me the same way that when I finished this game, I didn't want to do anything else. You guys know I play FIFA, FCL die a lot, and I couldn't even play those games because I kept thinking, and even till now, whenever I think about this game, whenever I listen to the music when it comes up on my Spotify, I still cry.
Mm.
I cry. I'm not thinking about Mael. I'm thinking about Mael as me, and I'm thinking about her life and her loss of Verso as my mom. Now, the wrong thing is you cannot imprison a human soul or anyone to do something that is against their will. It's a deeply philosophical story that talks about the human condition and our selfishness and our selflessness and our ability to pick logic over anything else. And I realized that if I was given a chance to make that choice again, I would still continue to make the same freaking choice because I'm selfish. It brought the reality to me that yep, you are a very selfish son of a gun. That's what you are. You do not want to mourn. You do not want to move forward. You want to live that fake life, and maybe it's one of the reasons why me being an art graduate and studying painting in university, everything I ever painted was always dark and morbid and not reflective of society. It was always a world I could go to do crazy things I couldn't do in actual reality. So this game, from an artistic perspective, from a story perspective, and the way it ended, the choice it gave me, I consciously made the wrong choice. Now, the way the writers have done it, they've not said it's either the right or the wrong choice, but your spirit will condemn you. You will know what you're doing, right? So
Yeah.
in this case, I believe that Mael is the hero of our story. And if I was to try to justify it, which I've already said, I know it's a wrong choice from a point of logic, but if Mael, as Alicia is her name in the real world, she's scarred. She cannot speak. Her mother hates her but doesn't tell her she hates her. Her mother blames her but never told her she blames her. Her sister is trying to big her up to make her just step up and move out of grief and just just move on with your life. It's fine, man. So it's gone. But grief is not like that. Just like The Last of Us is also another story about grief done in a different way. But this is perfection. This helps us ask questions of ourselves and the journey we've taken, and the bond I had built with Lune, with Sayal, with even Verso himself. I basically sacrificed Verso because I knew I could bring him back. I had the feeling what was going to happen. I was like, fucking, I'm just gonna go with my all, and I did that. And as I was fighting Verso, I felt bad, but I was like, I know this is wrong. It feels so wrong. It's like the first time you're having the boss fight with characters you don't want to in games. I won't mention any names. Everyone can guess where I'm going with this. But it's it breaks me, and when I think about it, it breaks me. It breaks me to the point where I had to actually buy the game for friends of mine. Like, you guys need to experience this. I don't like turn-based games. I've never liked turn-based games for reasons I just lose attention. But the first time this game was revealed, I was like, oh damn, I've got to experience this. I started this story thinking we're going to be fighting the paintress.
Yep.
And at the point when we're battling the paintress and she was about to die, so to speak, she was healing. I didn't get that part, but at the end of the game I understood it. She was healing us. You're attacking her and you're getting health buffed. What's going on? This is weird. Where's our third phase? There should be a third phase. What's going on? So for me, my choice is yes. I saw through this game that I still have a lot of grief in me that I'm trying to overcome. My uncle died 2 months ago as well. Funny enough, my dad's younger brother, who I'm also close to. So like, people around me are falling down, they're dying. If I could remake this world, I would remove death. But that is also stupid because things need to end. So it's me right now using this game as a process of going through grief, and I'm not there yet. But I'm thinking logically, but emotionally, I'm still not there yet. So I think that's as much as I would say. But this is why this game is such a perfection for me, and why it's my own game of the year. Whether it wins that from everybody else doesn't matter. The same way Final Fantasy 16 ending hit me in a very particular way with the sacrifice. But for me, this is perfection. Beyond all its flaws, it's perfection. So that was the choice I made. Yeah, I think I need a breather.
Yes,
Everybody
yeah, I
needs
think
to
we all
No,
need a
that was
breather.
no,
That
that was
was
yeah, that was really well spoken,
that
bro.
was
That
really
was
really
dope.
well spoken.
That was a really cool turn of events about the way you processed it based on real life events that affected you, and I definitely again, that brought into the point where I brought up like the whole thing with, like I told you, the other person that's a friend of mine that, like you, also doesn't really play these games. And he left with the same impression as you. Like, this is one of his favorite games of all time now. But again, he processed the ending the same way, in his own way, about the addiction that he went through in his life. And like you said, you haven't fully processed and move that. So you're like, you basically chose what Sael said at one point, where she said, if you would have asked me what I would have done before is one thing, but now that I know I could bring back, in her case, her husband,
Yep.
she says, I don't know, like I might be the selfish person. Like I want him back more than anything, is basically what she said. But the one thing I will say, this is another thing to the characters in the game, right? Is that CL still respected and acknowledged, at least, that she understood what was, she didn't ignore what was going on with Verso, despite how much she wanted her husband back. And I thought that was an important point to CL's character, because again, this is why I said the importance of the characters plays such a crazy part, right? Whether real or not, right? They say things that have real reflection. And like she's mentioned losing her husband, and if everybody paid attention accordingly, realized she basically almost died at one point, when the whole thing about SK knowing her before, and when he calls her, hello again my little friend, because she almost died trying to swim out, and just uncontrollably after she lost her husband. And then, but inadvertently, a consequence of that, right, was that she didn't know she was pregnant, you see? So it's like she went through a whole thing with, thinking about the life of her husband versus her going through whether or not she felt it was worth living and continuing living, not knowing that she was endangering a whole nother life that she was unaware of. So again, this thing has a thing about a life within a life in a lot of its lessons, right? And like I get, like you said with your mom, right? Like I get that, 'cause, I have that conversation. This is a conversation or philosophy and things of that nature that I tend to have with Priscilla a lot, right? Um, about things people are never actually ready for, right? No one's ever actually ready. Like, despite you knowing people will die, no one's ever actually ready for important people or people they're close to really die. Like, no one wants that, right? No one wants it. People wish it never happened, despite us understanding how finite our lives are and all these other things. So yeah, I totally get what you were saying in that story, because a lot of people are just like, man, if I could just be with that person again and live, even if I knew I was living a lie, I would live it. Like I get what you were saying in that. So yeah, I mean, that was a really interesting way to process it, and to me that helps me understand why you picked that. But the important thing that I want people to take away from what you said as well is that you acknowledge the logical understanding of what you were doing, and that's the important thing, because sometimes a lot of people do that, but they don't understand the or acknowledge the other choice,
Yeah, there's some
in that
yeah,
selfishness.
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so no, that was really well said.
Yeah. I
But yeah,
sorry.
if you want to pick on that, go
I'm
ahead.
kind of
No, go ahead.
I'm kind of stuck in what Hero said. Like that was weighty. So I'm just gonna let y'all kind of because I lost anyways. Yeah. I didn't even think of it that way. So sorry. It's
No, you're good.
uh,
I mean, that's
all right.
how profound this game is. So I get it. When it puts all those thoughts into perspective about your real world. So I get it.
Yeah. Um. So Logic. What about you, man? What did you choose at the end?
I think you already hit me. I was
Yeah,
Team
logic
Verso.
went
Oh,
first.
that's right. That's right.
The,
I'm
the one
sorry,
other
Morgan.
the one other comment I'll make is that is what I chose in the game. My point of reflection is I do not know that I could make that choice in the real world. Like I do not know that I could look at my daughter, right? Who like if something tragic had gone on and she wanted to live the painting, I don't know that I could look at one of my daughters in the face and say, "Yeah, I'm ripping up your painting. Like you're gonna have to live in the real world." So that was the only thing I was gonna mention. Nate, did you tell us what choice you made though?
No, I haven't gone yet.
Oh, I thought I
I
Okay.
was
thought you
just
did. I'm so
reflecting on what
sorry.
Hero said. Yeah, no, I haven't gone yet. I was just adding on to what Hero said and like the understanding of what he said. Also, to your point, because I know you wanted to know who was a parent or not. Hero is also a parent. Um, so I know he forgot to say that, but I think he has one boy, I believe. Um, but yeah.
Uh, I've
Okay,
got
gotcha.
a daughter and a son. So my daughter has
Oh,
Down
so both.
syndrome as well. Yeah, so she also has her own disability, which she was medically supposed to die after 2 weeks, but she's 7 years old. So all of those things have played a part in the kind of decision I made. So logic,
Ooh.
it's not going to be easy, and I hope you never have to make that kind of decision. Yeah.
Yeah, totally
Absolutely.
understand that though.
But yeah, I can go. Yeah, for me, in the game, I chose Verso. Uh, I chose Verso for a lot of reasons I felt were logical based on a lot of the choices and decisions that were happening within the game, but or within the painting, but also in the real world. Um, the thing that I considered, and I'm kind of cheating, because I have the buddy system. I played alongside Morgan, so we got to bounce a lot of ideas and a lot of long form discussion off of each other. And then of course Priscilla played too, so I talked to her about it a lot too. Um, but the main thing for me that I considered, as much as I valued and really loved a lot of the people in the painting, is that I saw the other possibilities by letting Verso go and not torturing him any longer in that painting, mainly because everybody who is in there within that world is stuck there based on not letting him go specifically while also torturing him. Uh, so like it's not really helping them process at all. Also the other, like I said, danger that is not always considered within the painting. While it may be a great world or a lovely world that you can control and whatnot within the painting, the real world doesn't stop happening. Um, which is something that she even forgets when she goes to live that time in the painting, right? That 16 years in the painting. Um, if two factors, the painting itself will kill you, um, and beyond that, they can kill you. So you can just die from the painting itself um, being destroyed while you're in it. So, uh, one real world aspect that's forgotten, that she forgets even, is that part of the reason she's even alive is because Verso saved her. Whose soul is trapped within this painting to facilitate everyone else being in a world he created. Um, so it's like the whole point is to, he saved her to continue living and to be with the family and the rest of the family to to fight and live on, and yet they're kind of stuck, right? Living within the world that he loved, that he created. And to me, they're never going to process that or move on, and ultimately will almost, to me, belittle his sacrifice by staying in the painting and ultimately dying in this painting, because like I said, one way or another, you will die. And like I said, this is why I said I like this game so much, because there's so many details and things you have to pay attention to. um and this this is why I made the decision for that, is because ultimately, on top of that, Mael becomes stronger when she becomes both halves of herself and comes into her own as a paintress and their abilities. And the other thing that's not explained further is we have no idea what the extent of their abilities are within the outside world, right? Um, and if you want those people, and for those people to be recreated or made in another light, at one point Mael actually explains to Lune, where she says, she is so disheartened because, as a philosopher and someone who, I forgot what a perpetual thinker or something like that, or perpetual worrier, she says, someone who's always thinking. She's, kind of disheartened that she's in a world within another world that she'll never see. And Mael tells her, well, I could paint you outside. So one of the things to keep in mind, and again, this is like I said, you have to go with what the game gives you, is that Mael understanding the essence, the way Verso teaches her within the painting, how to bring them back exactly as they were, right? When you have the proper chroma to bring them back, that she can paint them in another world, or even paint that world as long as she remembers the essence they're made from. And to me, that was a better idea, because they are no longer going to torture him, but also potentially bring about the possibilities to move on in a way that no longer, number one, leaves them trapped there, but gives them another world to live in where he can move on, he's no longer trapped, and she is going to come into her own as a person and explore her powers as a painter in her own right, while also not sacrificing the entire family, in the real world, and never moving on, essentially leaving Clea, to her own devices and probably dying against the writers. Because no matter what's going on in that world and what they're struggling with, the writers do not care. There's a very real world issue going on that has almost killed you once, right? Like that's where Verso saved her from. The writers set your house on fire. So, I mean, they could very much and very easily do that again. If 3 of you are stuck in a painting, you're ultimately going to all die, and like I said, belittle his sacrifice to save her life in the first place. So that is why, like, for me, that choice was more of a lot of people who really love the internal part of the painting didn't consider the possibility of the painting otherwise outside of it, or painting in another way, or being able to bring them back in other forms or facets. It was just, at least in the grounds of the game specifically, right? The way that it is, they were just like, I want everyone in the painting, and I want them all to live happily ever after. But that's not ever going to happen, because despite the time dilation that is clear, which they never explained the exact time to real world ratio, regardless, you're ultimately going to die, and the world is going to be forgotten in the first place. And ultimately, if no one ever destroys that painting, your brother who sacrificed his life to save you is ultimately going to be trapped for eternity. And it's like, is that what you want to deal with or think about, living this life within the painting as it pertains to Mael specifically in the family? So to me, choosing the other one was more of a strength option. I thought it represented the evolution, and the evolution of her as a person, her growing up, her facing the real world that does not go away, whether she wants to deal with it or not. And you're either facing death or you're facing possibilities. And I'd rather her face the possibility of finding her own strength and creating her own works, becoming a paintress in her own right, and also being there for her family and her family being there for her, because her sister, like I said, in her anger, is ultimately out there fighting for you guys' life, while you guys are essentially selfishly within this painting trapping the remaining soul of the person who sacrificed themselves for the person you're in control of. So I felt like, to me, it represented, like I said, a growth for Mael to take that step. And when you see the ending and you see them outside, she's not that sad person she portrayed in that moment where she felt like, where she expresses she had no life outside of it. she's holding the SK plushie and beside her parents and beside her sister, and they're finally in a place where they can feel and let him go and let his soul rest while being together as a family in that world and supporting each other and moving on. um Within that world to whatever ends and whatever possibilities that is, right? And now she's a much stronger person and a much different person who has essentially lived two lives. So I think, to me, it choosing that ending actually respects the strength and growth of her character that took place within that world and the two lives that she lived, because I don't believe that she's that weak. And I think in the very end, when, like I said, he's teaching her to create the essence and bring them back and all these things, she's coming into her own as the type of painter she wants to be. And that we have no idea the extent of their powers and what they're really capable of and what they can really achieve. So it doesn't mean that that world is lost, but ultimately it means that your brother, who sacrificed his life for you to live, can rest, and you can live a life, the life that he saved, and potentially move on, and other things could be possible within that world where she could get her voice back or other things. Like, we just don't know the possibilities. And I felt like there's a lot more possibilities on the table than is alluded to. But with everyone being stuck in the painting, like, nothing can really be done or get done if you just hide away from the real world. And that's, to me, that was the only way for things to move forward. uh for the family as a whole, for him to eventually, die, because he's essentially stuck in purgatory, or a version of purgatory, because he's stuck in the painting. But yeah, that is why, in a very long form way and reason, why I made my choice.
I loved that, and I don't want anybody to feel rushed at all when they talk about this and when they do that. And Morgan, I don't think that we have covered what your choice was yet. I don't think we did. I could be wrong.
No, we have it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Morgan's next.
Okay, want me to go? Okay.
Yo, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um. Oh yeah. Okay. First of all, I want to say, Hero, that was a great explanation for your choice, and thank you for sharing that deeply personal story with us. It was very beautiful, so I appreciate you sharing that. Um, Second, my choice, also similar to Heroes, was I chose Mael's ending. For me, I vehemently disagree that there is a logical choice in this game. I don't think either one of the choices are logical or are straightforward or are like one's more emotional than the other, because I don't consider the people of Luminaire to be fake. I don't consider them to be not living. I don't consider them to be their own beings who have and make their own decisions. I absolutely understand that Verso's soul is, essentially trapped to make this painting, but I mean, that also weighs down to, do you consider one person's soul more important than another? Like, is Verso's soul more important than the entire population of Luminaire, than all the other Gestrals, than every other living being inside the painting? So it's like, yes, he is essentially, a little piece of him is essentially trapped into this painting, but I don't think that outweighs the many lives that are in the painting, right? For me, when the decision came down to making it, yes, I was a little hesitant, but at the end of the day, when I chose Mael's decision, I was thinking, like, okay, she has two lives, right? She has the life inside the painting and she has the life outside the painting. Her life outside the painting wasn't that great, right? From the glimpse that we had before Act 3, right? When they showed exactly what happened and how she even ended up in the painting, right? We got her sister, who kind of considers her to be the weakest link of the family. She's just kind of in the way. And since you're here, you might as well help kind of situation. Like, I get her sister's frustration as having to basically run the family now that, both parents are in the painting fighting each other, right? She's left to fight this war in the quote unquote real world, for the family, while everybody else is dealing with the grief and everything like that. But I mean, they're still very cold to her, right? You got it so that the version of you, right? Because every family member has a painted version of themselves that the mother created, and that that is the reflection of how the mom sees them in real life, right? And her mother's disdain for her, and the mere fact that she would have rather had her die than Verso, from the way that she painted her into this like ghastly form, like this kind of like ghostly all white creature who kind of couldn't talk, had like a little half mask on their face. Like, she could have painted her daughter to be the version of herself before she got burnt, right? You want to make your daughter in her best possible light. You want her to be happy in this new version, but she decided to paint her like that and make her as grotesque as she could, because that's how she viewed her daughter. And then you got a dad who's kind of, he cares, but not really. He's kind of focused on the mom, trying to get her out at the moment. So for me, I was just like, fuck my family. Like, they don't give a damn about me. Like, why should I give a fuck about this war that they got going on? They don't care. They think I'm stupid. They think I'm useless. They don't love me, especially mom. She does not give a fuck. She wishes it was Verso who was alive and not me, right? So I mean, cool. Well, then I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm gonna be in a place where I have people who actually love me and want the best for me, and have been rooting for me since the beginning, than people who just want me to come back just so I can help them fight this war. um that's kind of how I felt when I made this decision. Um, and I didn't think destroying like this whole city and world essentially of people, because it's not just the party that we fought with, but the whole city of uh Luminaire, right? um I didn't think just taking them out just so I could grieve was like, and I could process. I thought that was a more selfish decision. Like, um yeah, I'm gonna wipe out this whole planet essentially, because this whole world, just so I can grow up. Like, I was like, well, I just kind of felt like that was like, you're basically taking their decision away to whether they want to live or not, by being like, well, I need to process my grief, so you guys have to die now. I thought that was kind of cold of a decision to make for me personally. I didn't think that was fair to the people who, they literally had generations upon generations fighting the paintress, who we find out really wasn't the enemy in the first place, right? It was actually the dad who was the real person killing everyone. The paintress was just painting a warning on the sign, letting them know, like, hey, I'm losing my power. This is how many years you guys have left until this painting is destroyed, right? So we have generations upon generations of expeditioners, you know, throwing their lives away, right? For those who come after, right? When one falls, we continue, essentially, right? Doing all of this just for us to later be like, well, fuck all your sacrifice, fuck everything you guys did. This world's over. I'm going back to the real world. Sorry that you all went through generations of all this turmoil and sacrifice and love and lost, and thinking that the sacrifices you've made were for the greater good, just for me to just throw your world into the fire and be like, yep, I'm grown up now. I'm getting over it. I've let go of my grief. Thanks, guys. You guys helped me so much. All those hundreds of generations. You guys really helped me grow up. Appreciate that. Like, I just kind of, I couldn't look at that and be like, yeah, that's the logical choice to do. I don't know. I just felt like there was a lot more positivity on the side of just kind of staying into the painting. And yes, yes, I know she can die outside the painting, or she can die, she's gonna die trapped in the painting. But it's like, listen, you're gonna die outside the painting, you're gonna die inside the painting. Listen, I'm gonna take the blue pill. All right, I'm gonna
Okay.
take the blue pill. I want to taste what steak, the Matrix. I know this steak isn't real, but
Mm,
I want to taste it though.
damn you,
I
Cypher.
don't care.
Yeah, no.
It's just
So I think it's
oh,
funny
you're
at
good.
three
Go ahead.
different points that we've all that the movie The Matrix has like been referenced back to because it is such a good it's one of those stories that kind of does the same thing that this does. But I do have a question for you because you know Enate brought it up with the war and what was going on and the family and all of that. If you're trapped in the painting, or if you decide to stay in the painting and not actually go back, not process anything, leave your sister out there to fight the war all basically your whole family is hiding while she's the one fighting. Like you're not doing anything. The house gets destroyed again, the painting gets destroyed. Aren't you dead anyways? So
See,
like
but the thing
why
is,
wouldn't you go
it wouldn't
back
be
to
just
do
her
something?
sister, right? Because mom and dad are out. I'm not saying mom and dad got to stay. I'm just saying Mael. This is just essential about Mael, right? It's just her in the painting. Mom and dad, they're like the strongest painters, so that they'll be fine. Along with the sister, they'll handle the world just fine. They don't need Mael, right? They dismissed her all the time and said she wasn't that great of a painter anyway, so they don't need her. All right, they can chill. They can fight their war, right? Let them fight against the writers, all right? Because they're so strong, they got it. And then leave Mael to just be in her painting and be where she's appreciated with people who actually love her, right? That's how I feel.
But isn't that like an and I'm just sorry that there's a lot of questions that get
Oh, you're
teased
good.
out because
No, please,
isn't that
it's fine.
just
Go ahead.
like making up an imaginary friend and saying I'm gonna stick with this imaginary friend or like I'm gonna stick with this stuffed animal that I talk to every night because the real world is scary
Sure,
and the decisions
but
suck?
the thing the thing about that though, the thing about imaginary friend or the thing about a stuffed animal is that they actually aren't talking back to you, right? It's you in your imagination making all of that up, right? It's you seeking that comfort. So you're making up interactions with this inanimate object or this thing that doesn't exist. But the thing is, there is a world inside this painting, and these are people, and these are interactions that she's actually having, and feelings that she's feeling, like love that she's actually experiencing, grief. Everything in there is real, right? It's just her physical body is just not in there, right? But nothing about it is like fake, right? I mean, she grew up like time I guess that's what they were trying to show, that time outside in the real world goes a lot slower than in, because obviously she wasn't sitting down at that painting for 16 years, right? um you know they alluded to the fact that it's been like a few weeks or months for her mom and dad that have been in the painting the longest, right? So with her, because her mother was in there for 100 years, obviously, because it's the 100 expeditions, right? And then she's only been in there for 16. So but her mother was in there for months, or sitting down for months, and she's only been in there for a few weeks. So the thing about it though is I don't necessarily see this as fake, right? Because I don't recognize the world as fake, right? Because again, I don't think about it as this, it's made up, or that they're, like Logic said, that they're attached to some kind of string, that this is all, there's no destiny, there's no self-control, that they're all pre-planned, like, they're all in there making their own decisions. It's their own world, right? It's their own thought processes. They all fought to end the quote-unquote paintress's grammage, right? um I just don't think it would be fair to just be like, I appreciate all the sacrifices you guys made, but you guys have to die now. Like, I know we went through a lot. I know you've had loved ones, parents, friends, uh, family members, loved ones who have all died from the gamage. I understand that, but your world is fake. You need to accept that you're about to die. Like, I just can't vibe with that decision. I don't think it's fair, and I don't see it as Mael kind of just going off into a fake world, because it was all real to her. Like, nothing she experienced was fake, right? The trauma and everything she went through growing up as an orphan in that world, right? Her painting parents died, right? And that's why she was placed in foster homes and she was continuously moved around, right? All that she experienced was very real, right?
Which
That's
makes
not like
sense because her real world
imaginary
parents
friend.
abandoned her. So like
Yeah, she
being
was
deleted in
an
the
orphan,
game makes
and
sense.
literally, exactly. She was an orphan essentially in both scenarios. She had parents who didn't care about her in the real world, and parents that died and couldn't care for her in the painting world. Like, she was alone for a lot of times in both scenarios before she met Gustav, and him and his sister took her in, and then she actually felt like she had a family and belonged. And with the expedition, she gained the friendship of all the other expeditioners, and she loved them, and she wanted to end the paintress's rule just like everybody else, right? Until she regained her memory, and now she has an experience of both worlds, right? She knows what life is in the painting, and she knows what life is without the painting. And the question at the end of the day is like, which world do you feel more prone to? Which one do you feel like it's more natural for you to belong to? And I just don't think she was really that cared about in the real world. Like, yes, that family's going through trauma, so it could just be the result of the trauma of Gustav's or Verso's death, right? That's why they're cold, and maybe if they healed they'd be better. But it's just like, I don't know. I just like, I don't, just the way her family was treating her, I was just like, man, I don't feel any obligation to help you guys out at all. Like,
So wait.
like
So let me
at all.
ask you this: you don't think you don't? So if you don't come out of that painting, the way Clea was acting, you don't think Clea is just down to grieve two siblings?
What do you mean? Do you mean like kill her?
As if she's just gonna end that shit? Because if she values Verso more than you, because that's what everybody says that Clea feels, and Clea says she wishes. She doesn't say it directly, but
Yeah,
she
meant
damn near does. Basically, why did he have to die and you had to live? That
Yeah.
she's not just down to ultimately tear up that painting, and that will be the death of her, but it'll release Verso's soul. Because all I'm saying is that's a very real possibility, because that seems to be how Clea feels, personally. From what she said, she wishes Verso was still there. So I don't think, if she doesn't come out she's not willing to come out of the painting, that she wouldn't kill her to release his soul. Because, like you said,
I
it'd be
don't
one
think
thing if she was
I don't think
just
her dad would let her.
living it. I mean, if they could stop her, I mean, I don't know if they could, but that's what I'm saying. It's a possibility, because the paintings aren't
Sure,
special.
I mean, but
Like,
lightning striking the painting is also a possibility. But I mean, I don't think that's not anything that I would consider when I made this decision.
I
Like,
mean,
oh,
but
Clea
we
might kill
keep
her.
talking
Like,
about how much everybody hated her, though. So I'm like, if
yeah,
they really about that life and they hate her that much, then let's get together as a family and we'll just grieve both children. Like, all I'm saying, that sounds morbid and
I
it
just
sounds
don't think that sounds
terrible.
like a logical solution for that family to do that.
It's
So,
not
Morgan,
logical, but they're.
so Morgan,
Go
I
ahead.
agree with you. Like, I like, to me, I mean, even though I made the other decision, I mean, at the end of the day, philosophically, I also went through the gate of like determining whether they were alive or not, and then the decision I arrived at was that they were alive. That I arrived at was
Yeah.
that they were alive. So when I made my choice, I consciously made the choice knowing that I was sacrificing other beings for what I felt like was a greater good. So one of the and when I go back to what I said earlier in the show about, I was in denial about the whole Gustav thing until credits rolled, was because I kept feeling like they were going to bring him back. Like in the final battle, they're going to bring him back. And and I kept saying they're going to bring Gustav back. And so when I made my choice, and when you make that choice, you get that scene that Thrifty talked about. You wind up outside, you're at Verso's grave, but I never got a chance to say goodbye. Like, you see Gustav waving for like a couple seconds, and then he gomages in the real world, and I'm like, I like, to this date, there's still no closure, right? In my
Yeah.
relationship in air quotes with Gustav. But one of the things I want to ask you is, Mael makes a quote in the game where, and I can't remember what the first half of it is. I think she says something like, "There's no pain greater in the world, or there's no tragedy greater in the world." But the end of the quote is, "For those who know that they are not." And so one of the things I wanted to ask you is, I believe that after whatever decision or choice you make in the game, right? If you make the decision to allow the painting to live on, at that point, those characters in the world know the whole story, and they know that they are beings within some type of like animatron or virtual world, or they know that they are like in some subsphere of like a greater world. So one of my questions for you is, do you think that those characters in that world, like based on Mael's statement that there's no tragedy for greater than the people who, I don't want to call them fake life forms, right? But the people in the painting who know that they are people in a painting, like how did you process that?
Okay, wait. Ask that question one more time. You said, how do they process it? Is that what you're asking me?
I was asking you how you process. Like if you make the choice for them to continue living, and you hear the quote that Mael says that there's no tragedy greater in the world than for those who know that they are not, and the people in the painting now know that they are not. How did you process that?
Well, I think personally, the people of Lumiere, I won't keep mispronouncing that, but I think they handle death a lot different too anyway, because they've always been faced with the reality that death is around the corner, right? That it's uncontrollable, and that they knew, at least when the paintress was around, right, the precise time that they would die, right? And there's a different way you approach life when you know when you're gonna die, right? Let's just say, like, if I told you, like, oh, you are going to die tomorrow, and it's a fact, like, you're going to approach life a lot differently, or not necessarily tomorrow, but let's say I give you exactly a year and that's it, right? You're going to look at life a lot differently. You're going to, move a lot differently. You're going to live life like it's no tomorrow, because hey, this is the exact time I'm going to die, right? So they've always been, the people of Luminaire have always been, they've always had a very frank relationship with death. So I think them realizing now, okay, they're not exactly real. I don't think it probably didn't come as crazy as a shock as it probably would be for us, because we live life without knowing when exactly we're gonna die. And a lot of us act like we're never gonna die. We live life like, oh, I'm never gonna die, or we just don't think about death because it's like, oh, I'm young, so it's not gonna happen until this X immediate time later on, so I don't have to deal with it right now, right? But since they've always dealt with death, and they've always dealt with, I'm there's nothing I can do, and I'm gonna die at this particular time. I don't think that they look at death the same way we do, and so they probably don't look at life the same way either. So I don't think them realizing that they're not a part, or not exactly real, that there's like a bigger world out there that controls their world, that their world was made up by somebody else. It was probably just like, it's another day in Luminaire. Like, it's another day
Yeah,
out here with some bullshit. Now
yeah, I
it's a
think
paintress, and now we're a part of a painting. Okay, cool.
yeah, I think I largely agree with that, because one of the things when we don't have time to get into that, but I think one of the big things about the fiction of this world that I don't know if everybody latched onto, like the way in which people process things, because their entire way of life is vastly different than ours is. And in fact, I think I commented on my own show. Like one of the things this tracks onto, if you've ever seen fiction or done a lot of reading around European history in the years like of between World War I and World War II, right, and during that, when an entire generation of predominantly men was lost, that their whole aspect and outlook and perspective on life was just like vastly different, right?
Hmm.
And so I think I largely agree with you. One extenuating question I would want to ask though is, have you watched The Good Place?
Wait, I know that. Wait, yes, with the heaven, hell. Yes, I have seen the Good
Yes.
Place. Yes, yes.
Did you have you seen it all the way to the end?
No, I think I only I got to like the third season when they figured out that they weren't in heaven. Like
Okay. Do do you,
that was yeah.
do you mind if what I say spoils that ending?
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So the end of The Good Place, right? The big thing reveal is that they think they've figured it out, right? And they think they've gotten to the real good place, right? Because there's this whole moment in time when they realize they're not in the good place, they're actually in
Yeah.
the bad place, and they figure out how to get to and they're in the good place. But they realize that now that they're in the good place, that life goes on forever, and there is no ending to it. And so, in the climax of the show, right, there are certain characters who say, "No, I'm actually going to choose this path that actually does end this existence, right? Because I can't see it being a positive that this existence goes on forever." So in that context, I mean, like, what does that reality mean for the people in the painting? If their existence is now this
Yeah.
this yeah, go ahead.
No, you're good. I think that's a good question because I wanted to know when it comes to Mael's decision if she was going to grant them immortality, because the thing she gave Verso, though, because at the end when she made her decision to keep the painting, she told Verso, would life be better if you had a, like, something along the lines of, would life be better if you knew it would end? Because when we zoom into the opera house and Verso is playing the piano, we can see that he's older now. He's grayer, he's whiter. So she allowed him now to not to, she granted him the gift of mortality, right? We usually see the gift as immortality, but his gift was that he was granted death, right? You will live to be an old man, but you will die of old age. You'll die of natural causes, or whatever, right? But you will die. That was her gift to him, because he said he didn't want to be here forever, and she didn't want him to die right then, but she did grant him the ability to die later. So I think the question is she doing that for everyone? Or is everybody immortal now? Like all her friends, Lune, Gustav, like, are they immortal, or are they just allowed to go old and then die? So I don't know. I would think that they all have mortality, but yeah, in order to answer that question, I'd have to know if she granted them immortality or not. I would hope she'd give them the same thing as Verso, because she sees the negative aspects of living forever and watching, it's just tragic. You just don't want to do it. So I would hope she gave everybody mortality, but seeing the way she's dealing with her grief and the fact that she doesn't want to let anybody go,
Yeah, I was about to say, you sure
it
she gonna
wouldn't
let them
surprise
go?
me. That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't surprise me if she was just like, no, we're gonna live forever. You're all gonna be my friends forever, kind of thing. Like,
Yeah,
she
that
just gave
kid
that to
turned gray
Verso
for a
because,
reason.
yeah, yeah,
Mm.
she's just, and then we see her, the very last frame is that her face, half of it's painted. It's the same way her mother's was when she was in the painting for too long, right? She was just dying, and they were showing that, she's been in the painting too long, and she's essentially dying. She's going to die in that painting. Um, but yeah, that there's so many questions left unanswered. But
It's
I love
so
that about
wild.
about this game, because it just leaves it to have so many possibilities and so many great discussions. Like, that was a good question you asked me, Logic, and it's just so many different ways you can approach the game, and many possibilities that this way could end, because it's kind of left open ended. Even though I would like a DLC to kind of, like, me and Nate have discussed wanting a DLC that was like the painters versus the writers, kind of showed like the conflict that's going on in the real world, so we kind of get a understanding of what maybe started the war and why they're fighting and why it's so important, and just that whole background would be great. But
Yeah,
yeah, I'm
Nate wants
sorry
a
if I
whole
didn't
game
answer.
about that, but
I'm sorry if I didn't answer
but
your
I'll
question.
take a
I think.
DLC.
Now, I'll say this:
Yeah,
getting a
I felt that was I felt like that was a really good answer, and I don't disagree with you on the DLC or the notion of a sequel. I will say that in my fan fiction that I've written in my head, I firmly believe that there is a third faction called the Sculptors.
Oh, bro,
Hey.
I can see it.
dude.
I can see it.
Yeah.
No, that's a good point too. So to your point, real quick, because this is a super quick point. Remember in the beginning of the game, and you guys might not have did this, but if you talk to the sculptor, she asks, "What can I do to
Oh
make
yeah,
this painting better?"
Mm.
And
add
she
color.
tells her one of the answers is you could tell her to paint it to make it feel more alive. And I thought again, there's so many moments where they mess with you in this game where you just gotta remember they said something. But yeah, so it's funny you said that because she is a sculptor who then paints the sculpture to look more alive, and it actually turns out that obviously SK actually really exists, and she paints him exactly as he is, because later when you go there, there's a scene where you can actually see the sculpture, and if you told her to paint it, it is now painted and it looks just like SK. So there's a whole thing with that. So yeah, that's a good idea. So many possibilities though.
Yeah, there's so much open-endedness with this game. There's so much, like tonight we've barely scratched the surface of the game. Like, and I'm not even kidding. Like, we've let off some spoilers.
Oh
We've
yeah,
said the
absolutely.
whole thing. Like, but even for me, as somebody who I had 39 hours when I was done with it. PlayStation says I had like 45, but we don't count that. Like, my save file says that's like 39 and 33 minutes or something. And so with I didn't do all the side quests. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I did when I was trying to grab some additional footage, I went back and completed the first Nevron quest that you get because I had the item the whole game and had no
Yeah,
idea that
a
I
lot of
had
people
it.
don't realize. Yeah,
And
the
so
torch thing. Yeah, a lot of people realize they didn't realize they had it. Yeah,
I was like,
they
oh
don't tell you.
shit,
So
I have this. That's cool. And as I was exploring one of the areas, I was like, oh shit, I got lost again, and here's the Nevron. Hell yeah. So it was great. It was not planned at all. As a matter of fact, most of the good and fun stuff I've done in this game was not planned. Like, going into the wrong area, finding the wrong spot, swimming too far. Like, all of those things were just happy accidents. And this game is so vast and it's so thought provoking that even getting lost in it became super simple, right? Like, I know Logic was talking about how he pulled an all-nighter. Like, I couldn't even imagine what that would feel like right now, pulling an all-nighter. But I guarantee you that there were some nights where I went to bed at 1:30 when normally I'm in bed by 10:30, 11 o'clock. Like, I stayed up, or there were some times where I woke up early to play. Like, I'd get a couple little sessions in before I left. Like, and that's how I learned that the thing didn't like being in rest mode, because I didn't even want to load the game back. I just wanted to lay in bed, get on my portal, and play 20 minutes. I wanted to get to the next destination. I wanted to figure out what we were doing, and that's kind of why this is one of the games where a prequel DLC would not upset me at all. Normally, I don't like them. Like, just fun fact, I don't like prequel DLCs because the thing I want more of is the story. It's the main story. Give me more of what happened. I want to know. I want these things to be tied up. I want to know what's going on now. And more than that, I want to know what story the writers think is canon. Like, that's
Well, that's another reason why I want more, because it's going to force them to tell us what ending was canon.
right. Like, okay,
Yep.
writers and painters, I want to know what you as the writer thought was the uh, I want to know what you thought was the canonical ending, because
Mm-hmm.
that's going to explain, that's going to kind of click everything together, right? Like, right now there's all these theories and thoughts, and oh, this meant this meant that, this meant this is why this ending was right, this is why this ending was, like, once you know canonically what the writers actually like view as the ending, everything just would just shift into place, right? And it's it's the reason why I think that if they do a DLC, which they said that there might be one coming, if they do a DLC, I think they would have to go with like a prequel with something that happened before, because in listening to their interview with Final Fantasy Union, which, by the way, guys, great interview with the developers. Y'all should go check that out. It's like an hour-long interview, and they interview the writer, the two lead developers, and the composer. Great interview. And one of the things that they ask him in there is like, so with the ending? How do y'all interpret it? Like, what led y'all to that? Blah blah blah. And it was just silence. They and the dev team had been so talkative up to that point. The writer, she would not shut her mouth. She was so proud of this, and she should be. Like, I'm not saying she shouldn't, but like she was just beaming the whole time talking about this, and the way, which is very weird, seeing such a depressing and like thought-provoking, not depressing, but like dark and thought-provoking and weighty topic being conveyed by somebody
Yeah.
who was smiling like the whole time while she's talking about it. It was like, oh my gosh, yeah, it was so great. And I was like, you're smiling talking about what you did to this poor guy. That's not okay. But like, it was definitely one of those things where even they were like, we're not saying anything. And then
Yeah.
she finally spoke up and was like, so basically what it means is it's we left it open ended because it's it's up to everybody to interpret the way they would handle the grief. And it speaks to the
Yeah.
story of grief and the human. And I've said this before, when you talk about the great games that have been out there, the great games that have come before, the great games that are undoubtedly going to come after, when the writers in those games connect on a basic human emotion, like grief, like loneliness, like joy, like happiness, like basic human emotion, you end up with a really, really good story because it puts the gamer in the position of one of the characters. And so you feel yourself in the game. You see yourself in the game. Whether you see yourself as the protective parent, or you see yourself as the person who's dealt with loss, or you see yourself as the escapist who needs to get back to the real world. Like, you find yourself in these games. And I think that's one of the uh, that's one of the things I really enjoyed about uh, crap last year game Metaphor. I really enjoyed it because the main character had this, and I know this is opening up war to say I haven't beat it. Yes, I have not beat it yet. 90 hours in, still haven't beat the damn thing. But like, the main character had such an ability to see like outside the box, right? And to offer these calm solutions and just had this really flat tone about him a lot of the game. Everybody else around him seemed animated or had these brooding stories or what was going on, but like him, he didn't really have that. And so you got to experience the story through him being this kind of baseline, everything kind of comes back to center with him. In Final Fantasy X, you have Tidus, who is the helpful idiot, right? He represents the player in the game. You don't know anything about what's going on. You're brand new to the world. You got shipped from Xanarkand to Besaid. Now you're there. Waka gets you washed up on the island, starts telling you about Sin's toxins because you have no idea what the hell's going on. And you're off on your story figuring it out as Tidus, but as the gamer as well. And it pulls you in. And I think that was the one thing about the death of Gustav that kind of made sense because, like y'all pointed out earlier, you start to kind of figure it out, right? The game's going too well. Everything is going too good. It's almost like you figured it out. I talked about it when I was like, man, I had my combos down. I had everything down. I knew how to set up my attack patterns. I knew who I wanted to go first, who needed to be the buff character, who needed to be the healer. Like, I had everything. And then in an instant, it's gone. And you start back at square one, not knowing what in the hell is going on. And you spend the rest of the game, the last two acts, trying to figure out what's going on. And the whole time, you're dealing with uh, one lady who, or I'm sorry, you're dealing with Sael, who feels like she's like, to me, she's this thirsty hoe that just wants Verso so bad.
Nah,
And
nah.
until the end. Like until the end when she's like when it's the conversation that Enate referenced. Like she talks about everything and about how she looks at him and goes, "You know what?" She's like the only one who's not pissed at him outwardly. She's like, "Don't agree with what you did and what you're trying to do. But I also can't say that I wouldn't do the exact same thing." And like
Yeah.
it's that emotion because of that grief, because of how much it drives the story in this game, that and that basic human emotion that we can all connect with. Like everybody has grieved something. It's a pet, it's a it's a person, it's an idea that died. Like everybody has grieved something to some level. And so because of that, we can all come to this game, play it, put 30 hours, 40 hours, 100 hours into it, and each one of us comes away with a different meaning and a different feeling about the game. And all of us looking at this thing and going, it's a 9, it's a 9.5. For me, the damn thing is probably going to be on the Game of the Year stage. And up to this point, I haven't seen or played anything better this year. So that's
And
kind of where I leave this thing. Oh, the Bale Dante said thrifty no. Why? What did I say where you said thrifty no? I put this down like I told
No
Ad
idea.
and Nate. How I feel about some other IPs. Leave it, move on, and let people beg for more instead of running things into the ground and overdoing it somehow. Oh, I guess they're okay. I guess they're talking about
yeah, I mean they
the
don't have
endings.
to, but I mean regardless, I mean I'm still interested in whatever they're gonna do next.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
mean, they're the ones that mentioned potential DLC, and I do agree that whatever they do is probably going to end up being prequel focused because I just don't think they want to push this story any further than where they have it.
I think they're
So,
totally happy leaving us writhing in pain is what they're doing. I think they're totally fine with
oh,
it.
agreed. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate the effort in the game. Like I said, is amazing. I struggle with where it lands in my all-time list because that is a very sacred list, and it's there's a lot of profound and incredible games in that list. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see where it lands when I'm all
Now,
done.
I thought you originally put it like, didn't you make a comment at some point somewhere, or I'm dreaming this now, that this game actually has taken over your top list
Well,
of
I
all
said,
time?
well, I said it may be the first time in a long time where a modern game, which I said is rare for a newer game or modern game to take a place in my top 10 because
Gotcha.
it rarely ever changes. And like the top five in particular just don't change. Like it's like impossible because of certain things. Like it'll never happen again. Like you have to invent things for it to happen, essentially. So and we're enjoying a lot of those things to this day. So that's why. But top 10 is still ridiculous for me. Just like I said, when people think about it, like Logic said, you know, you've been playing since the beginning. When you've been playing games for as long as most of us have, and you've experienced the long lineage of a lot of these developers and publishers and gotten to play some of their greatest works ever, like certain things will just never surpass it, you know. And that's what I always tell people. I'm always like, you know, the most important thing for you to do is know yourself as a gamer. Um, and then you know make those decisions yourself, which is why I never really argue with people when they say like whatever their favorite game is. I'm like, that's your game, like that's your preference. I always tell people objectively whether or not I like a game because I can be objective, unlike some people. Some people definitely cannot be. um, and I can objectively say something is good and be like subjectively though it's not for me or whatnot. So yeah, it's definitely up there. I just don't know where because, like I said, that list is long and varied, and like I said, the top 10 is just full of life changing things and games that it's very hard to get into. And then, like I said, I got to decide where. So who's gonna get knocked out of your 10 if it's gonna go in there? That's the other problem. It's like, what are you gonna knock out? What doesn't deserve to be there? So yeah, it's always tough, man.
Yeah, that's so as we I kind of want to I think it's a good time for us to close it. We've been here for 3 hours and 30 minutes. We could talk about this
Yeah.
game all night. I got like 5 questions left that we didn't even touch. So, uh anyways, I closing thoughts. I feel like I've talked a lot. Hero, we'll start with you, man. Then we'll just go around in the Discord order, which will be Hero, Morgan, Logic, and we'll end off with Enate. Do you have any
Yep.
clothing thoughts?
I do have
Jeans,
clothing.
bell
I'm
bottoms,
not naked.
button-down
I'm not
shirts.
naked.
Do you have any closing thoughts on the game?
Yes, Your Honor. Closing thoughts, closing remarks.
Smart
Yeah,
ass.
I think I read somewhere that Clear Obscure is actually basically the brand name, like Final Fantasy. So it seems like story will continue, not in terms of Lumiere, but somewhere else, some other alternative story, maybe other things like that that ask philosophical questions about humanity, life in general, and everything. This game has taken a very big place in my life, and it's very hard for me to go through an experience in a video game that actually speaks to me and teaches me with every single conversation I'm having with NPCs and then the characters themselves, the way the story was written. It's definitely my top time favorite right now, knocking off The Last of Us Part One, completely knocking it off. I've not played too many deep games, obviously, but I don't see many other games touching this one. I really don't see it because it's a book. I call it a book. It's a video game, but it's a book. And I'm very, very glad that the developers allowed me the opportunity to be able to play this because without difficulty settings, I am sure I'll still be in Act 1 right now. So I'm very glad that they did that and allowed me to experience this. This is a treasure, and it got me to spend more money than I've ever spent on any other franchise outside of the Last of Us franchise, right? One game, multiplied experiences over and over and over, and I'll do it all over again. I'm waiting for the art book to come in, and anything they release, the disc, what's it called? The disc soundtrack, if that comes out, 100% I'm picking that up. So I've had the blast of an experience. I'm going to go back into that world once I've recovered. Once I've recovered, I'll go back into that world, and I can't wait for what they do next. I've become a major fan. Yeah, that's it for me.
So Morgan, closing thoughts.
Um,
You could also say
I'll
I
say,
have none.
for a oh no, I definitely have some.
All right.
But for a small studio for a first game, for it to be directed, animated, written so well, I think is, just a feat upon itself, especially when a lot of the developers on the team, some of them were first timers. Like the writer um, of the main writer of the game, she wasn't even writing isn't even her profession.
Nope.
Like, yeah, like it's like, so you just woke up one day. It was just like, you know what? I'm gonna write a banger. Like, you know what? I'm gonna just follow my passion and I'm just gonna write a freaking banger. Like, I mean, kudos to her though, because yeah, I personally I could never. But I will say that the Expedition 33 was the perfect game to come out at the perfect time. At a time when the industry and publishers would want you to believe that in order to make a great game, you need to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. Um, in order to be a great game, it has to be action based. It can't be turn based. In order to make a great game, it has to be quadruple A. It can't be double A. It proved all the naysayers wrong, and it garnered a lot of fans who people who didn't even like turn based or didn't know about turn based or weren't interested in turn based. Right? They took a chance on this game because of the quality that it brought, right? The production level, even without the high level budget, you could see the passion and the quality of this game, on the screen, in the trailers, in the, in all of the marketing of this game, it was incredible. And I love, like I said, I love that this game came out right now, because this game is most likely going to sweep the Game of the Year award, deservingly so. And I hope the industry pays attention. I say that, but I know they won't. Um, but I really hope the industry is starting to realize that these over bloated budgets, which are, um, causing these over bloated prices for these games, are completely unnecessary in order to deliver a banger experience. Right, you don't need to do that. Right, these are first time. A lot of these, like I said, are first time. Dev, small team, that used Unreal 5 and used it in a way that it actually didn't suck, right? Because most Unreal 5 games are terribly optimized, or just they don't, they're stuck at 30 FPS. They suck, right? And this game came out and showed a lot of developers how to use Unreal 5 correctly. Um, so kudos to them, because they broke so many barriers. And again, I hope the greater and wider industry is paying attention to what Sandfall did. And I wish them nothing but success on whatever their next venture is. I hope they stick to the Western turn-based style. But regardless, they have my faith. So I'm down for whatever their next project is. I'm be interested to see. I'll be there day one. I can't wait.
I was about to say they have your faith and they're going to get your money next time quickly.
Oh, absolutely,
Like,
absolutely.
they release a puzzle game. I'm on it. I'm here. Let's go.
Exactly.
We'll have to figure this out. Let's go.
We'll figure it out together. Let's
That's
do it.
right. All right. So, Logic. What about you, man?
Um, the game is so weird for me because, like I mentioned, it has so many of the things that I don't like in games. I historically have had a problem with the general design paradigm of boss battles. And like I said, I'm not a parry guy. I'm not a Souls person. But then it has a mix of literally everything that I am a fan of across multiple like geek and nerd IPs. Right? It's kind of a period. It is a period piece. It is Victorian. It is steampunk. Um, it has a huge orchestral soundtrack backing it up. And it is a story of tragic heroism. Um, and all of that mixes in a thing that makes it, I mean, unquestionably the greatest game for me that I've ever played. And I'm not somebody who like I don't have a list, right, of ranking of like greatest games that I've ever played. Like I just did my list of top 5 developers, and I struggled like for 2 years to finalize that list. But this game breaks out as like, for me, is the best game I've ever played.
It's definitely up there for me. That's crazy. Wow. All right, so we got one person that said it's breached his top 10, one person that said it's the best game ever, another person said it's the best game ever, and holy crap. All right, Nate, closing thoughts, man.
Uh, yeah, yeah, man. I mean, like you said, you guys said a lot of it. Morgan said one of my main points, which is the more important point to me, is that a lot of developers hopefully pay attention to just what they did and what they were able to achieve. Um, and hopefully they speak at GDC, and in combination with, you know, as the industry as a whole, I hope just really learns a lesson from this, and from this game, and like I said, what they were able to accomplish. And it helps a lot of other teams, both small and large, become more efficient or be able to achieve something they think they couldn't, to deliver us just some incredible games. It's a lot of talent out there, which these guys went to show us that isn't necessarily in the gaming industry already. Like you said, a bunch of these people didn't even work in the industry. Um, so it's a lot of new talent out there, that could be trained up, that could be worked with, that can, help you conceptualize and just make something that, most people weren't ready to take a chance on. A lot of publishers a lot of big publishers talked a lot of crap, about this type of game specifically, and they went against all those odds, and we're still able to achieve something incredible, which, like two you guys said, greatest game you ever played, and I completely get that. Um, it did so much to bring in people that typically would not play these games, or would not like some of these things a lot. Like, again, like Logic said, there's a lot of things I don't like in this. I don't typically like that's in this game. I'm actually a person who, like, period pieces typically drive me crazy. I'm not a fan of certain eras and stuff like that. And again, something, the way that they just melded and put everything together just worked in a way that just drew me in, and just gave me such an incredible experience with this game. Um, like I said, that's part of what makes it so tough about, like I said, where to put it for me personally. Being such a fan of this genre the way that I am. Um, I think that's the big thing for me, having experienced it probably the longest and played probably the most JRPGs out of most people I know, and experienced a lot of other RPGs in general, and a lot of amazing writing, character development, world building, and all these things that this game did in an insane fashion. Um, I don't know, man. I want to see more of it. I hope they continue on. Which, I mean, from what I understand, like, they're already got 15 million ideas, so, and they're ready to push on and you know do some incredible stuff. So I'm sure they will. But like I said, more than that is just, I hope it influences the industry, because um, I mean, we're at a point where, a transitional point, which, again, Logic has talked about this on his own show and other shows, where, not necessarily, because people have always asked, then be a crash, and it's like, no, like, the industry's not going to crash, but you're witnessing a lot of transitions happening, where a lot of people are realizing they don't need to be with Ubisoft, particularly, like a lot of these guys were, in order to achieve something that can be a high fidelity, highly polished, incredible experience, and be able to deliver that with the tools that developers have at their disposal today, especially with a software, or not software, but an engine like Unreal in the middle, that's able to help so many people achieve, like, this incredible game with such a small team. So yeah, I mean, I think that's more so what I'm hoping. The passion that they shared. This is really big for me, because, like I said, the team in general they all remind me of themselves. I told y'all that even when they were doing the interviews before the game came out, and they were talking about all their favorite games, and it's like all of them love the same games I like.
Hmm.
Like, they're me without me being on the team. Like, they're all about my age. They all grew up playing the same JRPGs I did, and like I said, I felt all that through their passion creating their own game. Um, and I hope it inspires more people to do the same, and maybe even myself, who I've been writing myself. So uh, it's always good to be inspired by incredible people, in various circumstances, and just realize you can create something amazing. And yeah, this game was insanely incredible. Hope more and more people give it a chance. I'm constantly seeing people finally getting their PS5 copies, because the PS5 copy was physical, was really tough to get. So shout out to all the new people. There's people still brand new in Act One, about to get their feelings hurt. So shout out to them.
That's true.
But yeah, it's definitely true. Um, but yeah, they're about to experience an incredible journey, and I enjoyed the conversation. I'm glad all of you guys were here. I wouldn't want a different panel if I tried. Uh, so yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just excited for what's to come. If someone else could finally achieve something I've wanted for so long from the genre that that is my absolute favorite. So, to me, I think we could just go up from here. So I'm excited to see what the future holds.
So this game for me was, And I'm sorry, I've been kind of in my thoughts on my own since Hero said what he did during the ending portion. Uh, but this game, honestly, for me, it it sparked something in me that has not been around for a while. And it's the desire to actually continue gaming after I play a big game, right? Talk about it all the time. I get these like almost gaming depression cycles where it's like I beat a game and I'm like, nah, man, okay, I guess move on to the next thing. Or like I dealt with that heavily after Final Fantasy 16. I dealt with a little bit after Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. And it's usually these big epic story driven games, right, that do it because you're so invested by the end of it. And then the game leaves you in a sense of feeling incomplete. And one of the things, the main thing that I love so much about this game is even though I was left with a ton of questions, I didn't leave the story unsatisfied. I never once felt like that the developers did not respect my time or my IQ as a gamer. And
I would say leaving you with questions is part of what makes the experience good.
right, but I didn't feel like the questions were a hindrance or that they were a negative that I was left with. I actually thought the exact opposite. Like it was thought provoking afterwards. Like at the end of 16, I know this isn't a 16 spoiler cast, but at the end of 16, when you see the book, you see who it was written by, and you're like, wait, what? Because everything that you had just done, you really like where am I? What happened? Was this all just a story? Was it all like what's going like and I had this moment of it was all just kind of blah. And after I played this, I remember talking to Hero the after I beat it, and his reaction and my reaction were polar opposites. His reaction was, I'm done. I gotta take a break. I'm probably not going to play another game for about a week. My reaction was, hell no. I went and downloaded two other games, started a third, and I have been gaming every chance I get since. I've been playing Balatro, Splintered Fate, and RoboCop, and I've just ever since I can't stop. And then I've it like reignited something in me that hasn't been around since probably, if I'm honest, Final Fantasy X. Like I'm constantly looking for that next amazing thing, and nothing has hit. There's been a couple things that have gotten close. God of War Ragnarok, one of my favorite games. I loved that damn game. But it still wasn't to the emotional impact and the levels of staying power that this game had or that Final Fantasy X had with me back in 2000, 2001. And so I just hope that people give this game a chance on a larger scale. Even it sold 3.3 million. I get it. It's doing wonderful. I would love to see this game hit 8 million sales,
I
10
see.
million sales. Like,
Hmm.
I want people to give it a chance. I want folks like Logic who don't really like turn-based games, throw it in there. I not I want them to give it a chance like the developers took a chance. Like the composer never did this before. Not for a video game at all. The writer never wrote for a video game at all. She's not a writer. Like she came in to do a voice work on a demo or on a vertical slice. That's why she was there, and she became freaking head writer. Like there were three people on the whole dev team who were considered seasoned and experienced. Three.
Yep.
The developer came out and made a freaking point about it when certain media outlets were sitting there going, no, guys, this is all ex Ubisoft devs. They all should know how to do all of this. Why are we all surprised? And the head designer claps back and goes, "It's only three of us that came from Ubisoft. Most of the rest of the team, fresh daisies." Like it's like I'm paraphrasing the end there, but like that's essentially what he said. Most of the dev team, and I can't remember the exact word he used, but basically they were just starting out. And so like seeing where this is going, seeing what's happening, and seeing the shift that it's like we saw it in the we saw it in this in the most recent state of play. There were a lot of indies in there. There were a lot of smaller style games. And every single person, it's the second most viewed state of why? Because we're all noticing that we're getting these amazing stories and these amazing gameplay loops and this amazing content from studios that don't say I'm owned by EA or I'm owned by PlayStation or I'm owned by Microsoft or I'm owned by Ubisoft or I'm owned by Tencent. Like they're coming from people who are small and who are agile. And one of my favorite things, and this is what I want the industry to take away. Once again on that Final Fantasy Union interview, they asked them, they said, hey, so with the success of this and upcoming possible other things with it and expanding the story and maybe doing other things, are y'all wanting to expand the team and kind of get bigger? And what the guy says, and I can't remember which one, I think it was the one on the right of the screen if you watch it, you'll see who I'm talking about. It's the one who looks like Gustav, really. So he was talking and he basically said, no, we like how agile our team is. We like how fast we can move, how quick we can get stuff accomplished. And at this time, we have no interest in getting bigger at all. And I'm sitting here screaming from the effing rooftops.
Exactly,
Like,
exactly.
let's stay small, stay agile. Let's go. Don't do what everybody else does and hire 300 more employees and take 45 years to make a damn decision on what color skin your party's going to wear. Like, don't do that. Stay agile and stay in this creative lane that y'all have etched out for yourself. I am so excited for the future. I am so excited for what this may mean for other games on the horizon. And with that, we're going to go to outros. I personally, though, want to thank every single one of y'all for coming on here. I want to thank the chat. Holy shit, we have 16 people in here. That's more than we've had all night. We actually have 17. Wow. Thank y'all. Y'all sure, every single time we're about to end, we get more people in here. That ain't cool. It doesn't just happen on this show either. But it's like we're 4 hours in and we got 17 folks. I like it. Um, so, anyways, I truly do thank each of y'all for coming here. We have taken 4 hours on a Friday night. Y'all could probably be doing anything else in the world. And we're here geeking out about a freaking game that literally impacted each of us in a different way. And so I want to say thank y'all. It means a lot. Um, it means a lot knowing that we have this community. In our chat that we had going, uh, the panel and I, but basically we were talking, and I think it was Logic who mentioned how hard it was just to find other gamers that you can just chop it up with, that you can just be honest about a game with. Like, there's certain parts about the game that we dogged on. There's certain parts that we loved. There's certain parts that we disagreed on. I still think Morghan is way out in left field. Like, way out in left field with her final decision. Like, and that's okay.
I'll take that.
Like, but that's fine. Like, that's how you chose to play the game, and it's great because it's provided a totally different aspect to what Hero said, and Hero chose the same damn ending as you, but for a different reason. Like, that is so freaking awesome, and I thank y'all again for y'all's time. I do want y'all to plug stuff. Logic, if you send me the name of your show or the link to the YouTube channel. I'll put that in with the rest of the links I put in the description below. If you want to follow any of these folks, most of y'all know who they are. But we'll start at the top. Enate, where can people find you?
Yeah, man. As usual, you can find me on Twitter or Blue Sky at TheRealInnate, or typically on Saturdays at 5 p.m. Eastern Time for the Otter Players podcast. But most of the time, unlike most of the people in this community, you can find me gaming, because that's where we all should be, as much as we love this hobby. Uh, but thankfully, no one I shared this podcast with tonight, or the spoiler cast, has that problem, because we are all constantly gaming and trying to find more time to get more of it in. So, yeah, that's it, man. Peace.
All right, Logic, what about you, man? Where can people find you?
Probably the easiest place, place is on the Enough to Keep Going weekly video games podcast on the E2KG network. On the E2KG network on YouTube. Sorry, 8 p.m. Eastern time on Sunday nights.
Okay, so you said it's the what network? I'm sorry, Enough to Keep Going, and then what?
Sorry, yeah, it's the Enough to Keep Going weekly games podcast on the E2KG network podcasting channel on YouTube.
Network. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to be able to get this put in here. Yeah, because I'm definitely about to follow that.
Yeah, I'm trying to send it to you in chat.
I got
okay,
you. I'm already
went through
there,
that
bro.
time.
I'm already on it. Like, I absolutely enjoyed cutting it up with you and chatting about this. So, definitely going to be over there on that now, watching y'all in there. So, Hero, what about you, man?
Basically, right now I'm on a hiatus, living my life. So you can find me on Twitter on occasion. That's my real name, or that's alot. And you can find me in the Playground Discord on occasion as well. And you will definitely find me looking around, probably offline, probably online, but I'm always gaming every single day, even if you don't see me online on PSN. But I'm active every single day, whether you see me or not. And you will also find me rewatching Star Trek, all the series. I'm currently on season 2 of Strange New Worlds. Yeah, that's where you find me. So keep it gaming.
Yeah, man. All right, so that is now in the description below for Logic's YouTube channel, along with everybody else's information. Morgan, where can people find you?
She's
People
so
can
loud.
also find me on. Oh, I'm sorry. People can also find me on Twitter at ChillBandit. And also, like Nate said, on Saturdays at the Otter Players podcast, every Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Um, but mostly you'll find me on PSN, where I have no life, because I'm just no life in games, and the no lifing will continue throughout the summer, because as you see, we are packed with a bunch of great new games. I think the next big game I'm going to be playing is The Altars, and then after that, Death Stranding 2. So I'm excited. That's so close. We're so close. But yeah, definitely keeping it gaming. And if you want to talk about games, that's really all I like to talk about. So yeah, follow me on Twitter.
So, do you have a portal? Are you to the point yet where you're gonna have to go
I
buy a
do.
portal now? Oh, you do? Okay.
Oh yes. Well, I have a portal. Yes, yes. I love it so much.
It literally is the reason, because as kids get older, right? At least for me, I lose time gaming because my kids now stay up a little later. And so, because of that, like, the portal is so perfect for when my youngest goes to bed, my oldest wants to stay and watch some TV or hang out with us or whatnot, and I can just be on the couch, him on his Switch and me on my portal, and we're both just having a great time. My wife can be watching TV. It's awesome. I play it in bed a lot, so, like, I love that stupid damn device. It's so dumb, and it was so rudimentary and so easy. Like, put a controller, split it in two, and put a screen in the middle. We're geniuses. No, everybody else was just really dumb. And, like, it's so simple, but it's so good and so handy. So, anyways, uh, I cannot thank y'all again enough. Y'all know where to find me. I'm not plugging anything else. It's been great. Check out the Autoplayer podcast. Go follow Hero on X. Check out Logic on his show. That for some reason, because it's I know the reason. It's 12:30 in the morning. I can't remember what the E2. Hang on, it's over here. E2KG podcast. There we go. Go check him out over there. Uh, and we will see y'all all later. Thank you again so much for showing up. Hit that like button on your way out. And you know what? Stay thrifty.